Nobody can see death coming and want to stand. So no, it's only 3 that we hear that it will cut down and still stands there. The Igbo say no, so even the traditional rulers who are running away now is because of what happened in the past, continuing in the recent, present, and in the future. And you find that there have been this idea of doing kidnapping and mass abduction of ordinary innocent Nigerian citizens, and it has gotten to traditional rulers. We have had some side instances of school children, and now the bandits and terrorists are updating their games. They are upping their games to the point of taking over. And you know, the Igbo say that when the big tree falls down, all the birds will find, they will scamper and find wherever where they will find a tent, where they find safety. And that's what is happening. Now we are saying, for how long will this continue? So many communities up the north have been taken over by terrorists and bandits, and Nigerian security apparatus is doing all they can to fight these menace, and it's even becoming overwhelming. We are saying the Nigerian security forces and the agencies and all the establishments are doing whatever they can do. But there is something that will happen when it gets to a point where something becomes overwhelming. It becomes a full-blown war. And you ask, with this number of Nigerians in the den of, in the camps or in the hands of bandits and terrorists, how many are left for the 2027 election that we're preparing? And for some other developmental things that we want to do in Nigeria. It calls for attention. It calls for serious attention. And the question has been, do we as Nigerians call for international communities to come and assist us? And do they need for us to call them to come and assist us when Nigeria has been in the forefront of helping other countries of the world who have one kind of problem or another? Nigeria has been in the forefront. One of the achievements of the great Nigerian nation has been to contribute gallant soldiers to peacekeeping forces. And now Nigeria has found itself in this kind of war, whether declared or undeclared. And the international communities are watching Nigerians being decimated, being kidnapped, abducted, mass killing. And some of the things that have thrown back for us is to start arguing whether people who are mass abducted, kidnapped, or killed, or whatever, those harmful situations that people are going through. People are now going to an argument of whether are they Christians, are they Muslims, are they pagans? Are they atheists? Or do they even have anything? And we need that. And every day in Nigerian newspaper headlines, people are being kidnapped by terrorists and bandits. Now our traditional rulers are on the run. For how long can we do this? And we are calling for attention. I am not the spokesman for Nigerian nation. We have Minister of Information. We have Ministry of Information. We have other agencies that are handling our diplomatic relations. Is it not time we call for assistance? Let the people who can help come over, like the Bible said, come over to Macedonia to help us. And in this case, we are saying, come over to Nigeria to help us, because we are in dire stress. And it's time that the international community, United Nations, we signed by agreement to be a member of that. We signed agreement to be a member of EU. We have a bilateral agreement with the AU. Of course, AU is our African continental union. And what are these organizations doing? A lot of international communities that have big business dealings with Nigeria, are they saying that the bandits and terror will take over Nigeria, that they are comfortable to do business with bandits and terrorists? Is it that they are not comfortable doing business with ordinary Nigerians and the government and the establishment that have been doing these businesses with them? Because we know Nigeria have a lot of things that international communities want. Can there be something be done? Is there a way to negotiate and we stop these killings? Why are we crying for killings? Because whenever any slave sees how a fellow slave is buried, he will eventually know that's how the same fate awaits him or her. We as Nigerian ordinary citizens are crying. Let something be done. We don't know who next will be kidnapped, abducted, beheaded or raped, and we don't know which people would have been taken into the dens of bandits and terrorists, and the ransom demand will be made. We even heard that for traditional rulers, their ransom money now has risen up to 400 million. I don't know whether it's for one person or for the whole royal family. But when that has happened, you know, this greeting has passed the ankle. Because the Igbos say, once a kenega fe nkwaka, once greeting passing the ankle, he has turned to fight. This greeting that we started almost 2 decades ago with the bandits and terrorists has passed the ankle. It has now turned to fight. Let whoever want to separate that fight come now. Or whichever strategy we use to stop this menace is welcome. Nigeria needs to be helped by everybody who loves Nigeria and by all peace-loving Nigerians. Let's put our hands together, whether we are Muslims, whether we are Christians, whether we are atheists, whether we are traditional worshippers, or whatever we believe in. Even if we don't believe in anything, I'm sure we believe that life is sacrosanct. Life is a right for everybody, and nobody has the right to take the life of another person without it being discussed. Well, that's about it. In Nigeria now, as a broadcast journalist, you hardly talk about any news, discuss anything on air without talking about bandits and terror. It has become top trending issue in Nigeria for the last going to 25 years, and we said it's high time something be done. Well, that's about that. I've talked several platforms about this issue. Can somebody add their voice? Let's see whether that will help. Well, the next thing we will talk about today on the news, a platform where we think and talk, is Nigerian National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has recently issued a directive to all the broadcast media in Nigeria, talking about defaulting the broadcast code of Nigeria, that Bible that all broadcasters and people on the glare lights and the microphones and the people who use biros to write about information in Nigeria, but this is about broadcast journalists. And our regulation has been there. We recognize our regulator, the Broadcast Commission. But whenever the elections are coming, they find out that their constituency, that's the broadcasters, have the penchant of doing things that are also heating up the politics. But I say, if you think the broadcast media are talking and doing too much about happenings in Nigeria and going overboard to even commit offense, going beyond the code and doing things that are not contained in the code, which becomes an offense, let's look at even the situation and environment of Nigeria. Is it promoting, forcing the broadcast journalists to begin to do things ordinary way? Remember that when wrong things stay too long in a community, it becomes a culture. The Igbo say it becomes a culture. Does it mean that some of the people who do the things that broadcast journalists complain about have done it extraordinarily out of shape, so making it impossible for the broadcast journalists to talk about these things and report them the normal way that is written in the code? It takes two to tango. If you do too much, there's one warrior adage, they say, if you do too much, you see too much, you get too much, whatever the way they say it. Does it mean the Nigerian community and the people of Nigeria are now doing too much, making the broadcasting commission, National Broadcasting Commission, to regulate the broadcast journalists to say, you are now doing too much, you are talking too much, you are saying things out of the ordinary? But let's be very frank and serious. It requires that the broadcast journalists in Nigeria become very cautious, because you are not going to throw away the baby with the bathwater. If things are going offhand because of the way most Nigerians behave now, politicians, ordinary people in all sectors of Nigerian life are doing things out of ordinary. There are people who are not supposed to lose their heads even when others are losing theirs. And the only people that cannot do this, they put it to us, are broadcast journalists. So the broadcast journalists, you have a duty. that even when others are going out of overboard, doing things that are not required of them, that you are not supposed to join them. So only Nigerians are the people who cannot join 90 million flies to eat what they eat. That's a tall order, very tall order for us, but we have to adhere to our regulatory body. The only thing we're saying, whatever we are doing in Nigeria, let's do it the right way. Let's also be able to stop any fight before the push. If you want to stop fight, let's stop the push. So Nigerians, the politicians, the political environment, the economic environment, all other environment, the ecosystem itself is overcharged with a lot of ordinary actors, and we think that it's time for Nigerians to move on to do. So now the next item we have here to talk about is something that concerns every Nigerian, every African, every black man. We're talking about malaria sickness. The thing is alarming when they say that malaria defies medications despite ongoing eradication practices, activities that are feel everywhere. We are growing up, we heard about kick malaria back in 2020 or 2030, fight malaria, eradicate malaria. All those development organizations overuse words of eradicating, stopping, doing things. They use words like things that we are used to. But when we are hearing about vaccines for different diseases in the world, we are asking the question, why is it that those people who have the wherewithal to manufacture vaccines, develop vaccines, have done for HIV? HIV came into Africa and of course touched the whole world, and then vaccine has been worked on over time, and then a vaccine in practice and in circulation where trials have been done, and some medicines that can even hold it up and shift up the HIV virus in the system for a very long time and make the person to live healthy. Why has malaria become the area of life where the people have said there's no vaccine over time? As maybe they're still working on it. But we said, for how long will it take these people, the medical world, in the medical sector, the World Health Organization, and all the big pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies of the world, to come out with vaccines that can stop malaria? And then somebody on the side said, if they stop malaria, how are they going to make money from Africans, from the health sector? When they say, today we started hearing malaria when we were growing up with simple 5 kobo chloroquine tablets. You swallow about 10 of it, and the way doctors will recommend it, before the 3 days runs, malaria is gone, and you go hit the street back. But now we have combination therapy that is costing more than, going at the very average of 30,000 naira for an average Nigerian to treat malaria. When we know that if we are 240 million Nigerians, we have over 250 millions of them having malaria in their system. And the mosquitoes are they mutating? Do we have species of malaria now that give of mosquitoes now that bite people, and the malaria will be difficult to cure? The question we were asking is: the malaria those mosquitoes imported? Are the big pharmaceutical companies across the world, are they interested in making Africa, Nigeria, where I'm coming from, to come out of malaria epidemics? Or is it that it's part of the business as usual going on, so that get malaria? If 240 million Nigerians is a big market for malaria tablets and medicine, then it might be a tall order to tell somebody to find a vaccine that will stop that. But then let's look at it. Let us look at it very well. Which one is more? More Nigerians are dying now. Even malaria we have in Nigeria now are defying medications. Which way? For a Nigerian, they say the Igbos, my father will always say, he said, "Now yezu okay, asonya dari bitohafo." So the sicknesses have not gone round, and you are now asking the man who has swollen stomach to also have swollen scrotum. That one, is there nothing that can be done? I know the international community, the whole world has gone digitally and gone in a lot of high level of development across the world. We are calling for vaccines to eradicate malaria to be introduced so that we will stop. Now there is a very interesting thing for all motorists that have been going on in Nigeria. When the policeman stop you and say, "Yes sir, park here, bring out your papers," and they will flip through the papers and they will tell you third class insurance, third party insurance, you are still having it. Nigeria said you must have first class insurance, and that means comprehensive insurance to use your Tokumbo cars that you have managed to buy 1,500 naira fuel to put in it, and they will either impose fine or impound your vehicle, or you have to go to the station to explain to the oga, or if you are not able to do any of those things, you know what I'm talking now. Because in Nigeria, every offense, whenever you run into the hands of our friend, the police is your friend, I know. But whenever you run far or run into their net, I follow, will cost money. I know follow, cost money. So which way? Nigeria. But it's a good news that SIN, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Falana, has gone to court and they has gotten judgment, and they say court now stops Police and Federal Road Safety Commission from imposing fines on defaulting motorists in Nigeria who do not have who have third-party insurance. And that means we can now use third-party insurance to drive our cars. It's some kind of so-called, knowing the hardship and hunger in Nigeria, what it takes an average Nigerian to survive. That is the few that still have their vehicle on the road, because 95% of Nigerians have parked their vehicles. Only the politicians and people working in government can use government cars, but with our tax money and our resources to move around with sirens, and some of the cars are even armored vehicles. No policeman can even stop them with in that convoy to say whether you are using third-party insurance or whether you are using comprehensive. The world is not straight. This one is not fair. But whichever way, whenever there is a move to help cushion a little bit the suffering of Nigeria, we welcome it. So, Nigerians, kudos, you can now drive your cars according to the report we have with the third-party insurance on Nigerian roads. Good luck, and let all the people who will fight for more rights for the ordinary citizens of Nigeria keep on fighting, because it's like we have two worlds now, they and us, and somebody need to be the middleman who will talk for the ordinary Nigerians, because if they don't talk for us, who will talk for us? Because even the rich now also cry. So imagine what it is for the poor and the wretched of the earth of Nigeria. I am not promoting defaulting. I'm not promoting lawlessness or anything. But even in madness, they told me there's an order. Let's put order, even the hardship and hunger and the economic system of Nigeria, how we can survive. Let us shield ourselves from some of the suffering. Because, like they say, are we going to all to die and cry and squeeze us to death before certain cushion is introduced into the system? Thank God we cannot drive with third-party insurance in Nigerian roads. Well, that's if you can afford to buy the fuel. And somebody was saying engineering and other accessories they used to drive car in Nigeria. But most cars in Nigeria are second hand. Some of them are third, 10th hand, and we are still managing to drive them. But when the condition of driving them is adding up to hardship and hunger, it makes it so difficult for us to survive. Well, that's about it. The next item we have here, because we are running it up today, you can see that Muslim today is taking a fast lane. We are moving. NNPC has cleared the air. He said, we do not say that the refinery is now a scrap that is now standing for sale. That they are warning people because Nigerians, let them not find themselves into the hands of 419s who will come and tell you that Port Harcourt refinery is up for sale because it's now a scrap, or that the Warri refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped, or that Kaduna refinery is now up for sale because it's now scrapped. NNPC said, we not talk about one more. So if somebody comes to you For the international communities where Nigerians, they think they will come and tell you, I am the minister of oil and gas in Nigeria. I am coming on behalf of Nigerian government and we are selling our refiners, who can buy. They put a caveat. NNPC has put a caveat. If you buy, buyers are buying at their own risk. Owners, if you park your car in certain hotels and some joints, they will tell you cars are parked at the owner's risk. That's why I stopped when I was able to buy fuel to use my car. I stopped going to such places with my car. If you stop to buy one bottle of beer at expensive price, or buy any drink you drink, and you look around, you see a signboard saying that you are parking your car here at your own risk. Even in somebody's premises, you is running business, you say your car is parked at their premises. So everybody in Nigeria is on their own. So just like the NNPC is saying, if you go to buy, anybody approach you and say he's buying our refineries, they may be scrap. But then the NNPC and the Nigerian government has not declared them for sale yet. Probably they further notice. And somebody said maybe when they become scrap of, you have A class of scrap, you have B class of okrika, you have C class, until when you get to Z level of scrap, that's when they will say. Now, I'm not talking on behalf of NNPC, but they know when they scrapped or whatever looks like refineries that cannot turn around money into it. We have turned them around with a lot of budget in Nigeria for the last 28 or 30 years, and nothing happened. And some people have said, let us not put more money there again. It's as good as scrap. But even at that, a lot of decisions will be made across board before we decided whether our refineries will be up for sale as scraps. You are moving around a lot of, in the cities, you find a house that looks old and dilapidated, where people, maybe the owners are managing to still only collect the rent from tenants living there. And you find on the wall big written text saying, beware, this house is not for sale, beware of 419. I got a joke of one, they wrote, one man was very clear when he wrote, beware of my first son. This house is not for sale. Nigerian young men, because of lack of employment, say Nigeria has up to 80% of unemployment rate in Nigeria. That's what they told me, and here you can confirm from the Ministry of Employment and Labor whether Nigerian youth are employed. So they are looking for a way of surviving. They say, when the land is not good, those ones who are positioning as peacemakers and keeping peace, they are the ones who are thriving. In Igbo land, when Indians come to settle talk for you, you have to buy drinks and buy cola and even buy goat and kill. And before they settle, probably you have an issue, you are struggling to settle an issue of 200,000. It will take you about 200,000 to bring Indians and also the India and Aladimma. Those people who talk about Aladimma, when you hear Aladimma in Igbo land, is about let the communities be okay. What you take them to bring them as alternative dispute resolution platform is costlier than even what you are trying to settle. And you think Nigeria is going to be better? I'm not talking about when no talk say make there will be crisis. So when there's crisis, they will invite Indians and also to settle. And if you bring the red cap chiefs to come and settle issues for you, they must chop something before they talk about the issue. And that's about it. So on that note, that's where we can draw the curtain on today's edition of the News, a program on Signature Television, a global TV that is, pushing the voice from the Southeast for the world to hear. We'll go to our social media handles, it's on your screen, comment and share, and let more people know what we are doing. Let's continue to do this together. As we grow together. So when we get there, we all share the profit. Thank you for having been with us today again. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your chief muser. Thank you for accommodating me in your sitting room with all my excesses. I will come again next time with another edition of News. Keep watching all the programs on Signature Television. Don't go away. Thank you for being here.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigeria appears to be entering a troubling phase where insecurity is no longer a distant concern but a daily reality, casting its shadow over communities, highways, markets, and increasingly the nation's schools. The recent surge in kidnappings has unsettled citizens and raised serious concerns about the effectiveness of the country's security architecture across several states. Fear has become a constant companion. Travelers now avoid certain routes, farmers abandon their farmlands, and families adjust their daily routines around the unpredictability of violent attacks. Citizens have continued to voice deep concern over the worsening security situation.
In fact, to me, I'm not safe. I don't think I'm safe here. It's just there's nothing we can do than the government to plead on the government to, work very hard to make sure that everyone is safe. Because you don't have gun, I don't have gun. So there's nothing I can do than to just look unto God and cry unto, that's the way we have been doing, cry unto the government to please, whatever they think they can do under their watch to make sure that these guys, they don't get hold on us, because hey, I'm afraid if they come, while are they, will not be small thing.
We need more security men in this country. And secondly, these security men should be deployed to their own states.
The rate of insecurity in Nigeria is getting high, and everybody seems to be insecure. But what is happening is getting out of hand.
We are not happy as a citizen that our fellow citizens are falling down. Both the army and the innocent children, especially school children, the way they are falling on daily basis, we are not happy.
Seeing our old women being kidnapped, being robbed, in this country that we call giants of Africa, it's so bad. And the current government, they are not doing anything to what is happening.
Businesswoman Ifeoma Aneke says many residents are now too afraid to sleep soundly in their homes.
I don't think anybody feels safe. Aside me, I don't think anybody feels safe for what is happening in Nigeria presently, because the kidnapping, the bandits everywhere, the killing, everybody is so scared. Even to sleep, if you are sleeping now, I don't think people are sleeping with their eyes closed. If you hear any noise anywhere, you just wake up, because everywhere is not safe in Nigeria presently.
Christian Aminu called on relevant authorities to ensure the deployment of security personnel to churches, schools, and other public institutions to guarantee safety for citizens while carrying out their daily activities.
I think the government should try by all means to adopt a system whereby there will be security agencies that will be released to churches, schools, and other infrastructures that at least the people can be safe when they are around their place of duty and workplaces.
Let them mobilize security agents, all the consigns. Let them make sure that insecurity is stopped in Nigeria. Some times ago, I had a foreign country planning coming to Nigeria to do something concerning it. And up till now, they are still killing and nothing is done. They should do something concerning it.
These reactions come as state governments adopt emergency preventive measures. In Katsina State, authorities have ordered the closure of all public schools following credible threats linked to kidnapping gangs. Kwara State has also shut down schools due to rising fears of possible attacks, while Plateau State has placed selected institutions on indefinite closure. Findings across the northern region show that over 180 schools have been affected by either temporary or ongoing shutdowns directly linked to insecurity. Residents, however, insist that beyond closures, there is an urgent need for a coordinated and sustained security response to restore public confidence and ensure the protection of lives and property. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests,
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Good afternoon. Welcome to another edition of E-Vibes Entertainment Show on Signature TV. The weather is a bit cozy. It's giving this whole sleepy vibes. In ENUGU, actually. I don't know about other states. But this is the entertainment hour where we tend to give you art, pop, culture, drama, social trend, comment section, whatever that is going on around the entertainment industry. So today I have an interesting story, 3 interesting stories for that matter, and of course I have some guests that will be having some conversation when it comes to open, what do they call it again? Poetry, speech, and all that. But let's delve into the stories of the day first. Nigerian Afrobeat star Burna Boy has responded to the backlash which followed his proposal to hold a free concert in Burkina Faso. The response came after critics mocked the initiative and claimed he was allegedly rejected by the president of Burkina Faso. The Grammy-winning artist, in an Instagram story, defended his intentions and criticized those questioning his motives. He wrote, and I quote, "I have nothing to gain from anybody. I don't owe anybody anything, but that never stopped me from doing the great work I do. My integrity is unquestionable. Therefore, burn in hell if you said anything negative." Now, Burna Boy, Burna Boy always bring up that gangster energy, especially when you say something that sounds a bit negative and off from whatever project he has to bring to the table. Burkina Faso leader is that leader that is, will I call him a racist right now? He doesn't want to do anything that has to do with the West. Everything that concerns the African, that's his take. He doesn't want to have anything in relation with the Western, the white people, the diaspora, and all. So because of that, Burna Boy loved it, and he felt, oh, he wants to go perform a free concert, a free music show in that particular country. But the man was not having it. He said no, that he shouldn't come. They're not interested, stuff like that. So that was what made the comment sections, netizens, social media users had to, start asking Burna Boy what's his intention, why exactly is he hosting a free concert and a show in that place? What exactly is he going to gain? Because this whole belief that, of course, there must be a gain for everything. There must be a reason for everything you do. So what exactly is your reason, aside from the fact that this man does not want to do anything that has to do with the West? So that's why the response is like this. We should be used to this by now. We should be used to Burna Boy by now with his whole gangster reply and all. He would never. Rare cases actually that he would say something that is, so how do I put it now? So sweet, so homely and all, especially when you are criticizing him. Never. He would always reply you with the befitting words that suit him in his ears. So yeah, that's the update on that particular story. Let's move forward. 600 songs are enough material to make 60 albums, and this is the volume of songs that Kiss Daniel lost. The hitmaker made this revelation in a post on his X account where he shared that he lost 600 songs after his workstation collapsed. In another post, he shared that he's attempting to retrieve the song but still chose to put out music for his fans to enjoy. The award-winning star recently released his highly anticipated new project, Uncle K, Lemon Chase, which holds the delightful music that has won him the hearts of listeners of all ages. The 7-track project features guest appearance from Fola, Bella Shmurda, Odumodu Black, and Runtown. Runtown! The album exemplifies the relatable approach Kiss Daniel prioritizes when making music. In a recent social media post, he shared that the most essential ingredient is in his song-making process. According to the hitmaker, relatability is his major preoccupation, irrespective of the genre or producer. Kiss Daniel's stance is one easily reconcilable with his music, whose lyricism and melodies attract listeners of all ages. Through a combination of a conversational style music that embraces social commentary, simple use of language, and a captivating and memorable melodic framework, Kiss Daniel's music has a high utility that has earned him hit maker status. I'm actually wondering how he's coping, losing 600 music. That's like, should we say 60 albums? Because let's say 60 album, or yeah, 60 album, especially when you make it 10 music in each album, 10 music in each album. That's like 60 albums. So I'm wondering how he's coping actually. I'm wondering how he's coping when you lose 600 music. It's crazy. Songs rather. 600 songs. So I don't know how they do it, but I think he needs all the encouragement that he needs right now. He needs all the encouragement from each and every person right now to be able to move forward. He has songs that he has recorded with a whole lot of hitmakers. You heard when I shouted Runtown. Runtown is one of my favorite music artists. I don't know about you. And it's been so long we heard Runtown's voice. Bella Shmurda is part of this people that he's collaborating in that particular song. So how exactly is he going to bring those songs back? He said he's working on it, but how is he going to bring those songs back? I don't know. I'm worried about him, but I wish him all the best, because that's a very big loss. That's a very big loss. How exactly is he going to start re-recording those music again? How exactly, with different producers, sounds and all? How exactly is he going to do that? But I pray he's able to come through with that, because this is a very big loss for him. Kiss Daniel's music is a song that would always relate to you. You would always understand it, whether you're a Gen Z, a millennial, a Gen Alpha, the boomers, name them. You would always be able to relate to his lyric. It is something that tells stories. His songs is something that tells stories. I think he's one of the... He's an artist that people are not really talking about like that, the way we mentioned Burna Boy, Davido, and the likes. He's there in the spotlight, but when you're grading him, when you call Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, Ashake, and the likes, you should be calling Kiss Daniel, as part of the top 5, but that's by the way. Let's move forward. This one is quite sad. Jonathan Joss, a renowned American actor best known for his role in King of the Hill, is dead. The 59-year-old actor was shot dead on Sunday, June 1st, 2025 by his neighbor, Sigfredo Seja Alvarez, during a dispute in San Antonio. The San Antonio Police Department on Monday said Sigfredo Seja Alvarez is 56, has been arrested and charged with murder. As at the moment of filing this report, what led to the dispute has not been disclosed. As at the moment of filing this report, okay, has not been, that was a repeat. So I actually had to go through some research to know what exactly happened. They were in how do I put it? A misunderstanding conversation or thereabouts that was outside the house. And it was something that has to do with homosexualism, gayism, and the likes. And I think out of anger, the man had to shoot him. Now, this particular man, Jonathan Joss, lost his house through a fire outbreak on January 23rd, this year, 2025. He's actually been through a lot, actually. He lost that house due to the fact that he left his heater on and went out. So through that, electrified, whatever happened, and the house got burnt. But he was like, if people were able to, maybe do something to stop it, who knows what would have happened. But that's by the way. Let's also forget that he was part of the Kenneth Award that happened recently. That was last month, May 28, 29, 30th. And now this. I don't... Someone would say these Westerners are too violent because every little thing, they're bringing out a pistol. Every little thing, I don't know. Why? Why exactly? This is a misunderstanding conversation. Maybe he called him a gay, or he called him a gay or something. One thing led to another. You're bringing out a gun and you shot somebody to death. How do you explain that to the court of law? That I was angry. This is a drama, actually. I was angry, so he said something very annoying to me. He sounded so this, he sounded so that. I couldn't take it anymore. That's why I had to shoot him. And now you're happy that he's dead. Things happen every single day. Now we've lost him. We've lost him. He's the voice behind King of the Hills. He's that voice behind it, and he's not just a small actor. He's a veteran actor. These movies happened 1996, 1997, thereabouts. So he's not a small person. He's a celebrity. So how exactly would you face the court of law right now for shooting somebody due to a misunderstanding? Because it's not even a miscommunication right now. It is not. Anyways, may his soul rest in perfect peace. That's all we wish him, because he has literally been through a lot from January till now. Although he had some good time, that was during May 28, 29, 30th, the Kenneth Award and all. But he's gone through a lot since January till now. I wish him peace. I wish he rests in peace and justice should be served. Yes, I'm not going to paint words. Justice should be served. All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break and I would possibly reveal my guests to you. So stay with us.
local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
do without.
Exactly.
I know that there's something very unique in that particular name, and the story behind it very perfect. So let's move over to the topic of the day, right? First of all, what does reading in silence mean to you as a spoken word poet, rather?
Actually, I know silence is golden, but I've come to realize that silence is also an art. You get? In the space between heartbeats and breaths, poetry learns to speak, to sing, and to like scream without making a sound. You get? You see, I'm a 300 level nursing student of Peaceland University.
You are a nursing student?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And just like stethoscopes hang in the walls like rosaries, and our shadows follow us into the words, you get? We learn to listen to silent pains, to tears that cannot just be voiced out, you get? So poetry means a lot of things. Poetry is not just, should I say, it's not just something you just, it means it's deep.
You're finding the right word for it, Abby.
Like, it's a whole lot. Poetry is a whole lot.
You know, the fact that you're actually using poetry to answer me is showing that it's a whole lot too. Yes. So you said you're a science student,
yes,
right? Because most times people that are spoken word poets and artists are most times theater arts. They did arts in particular. So how come? Is it something you're born with, or you find it very interesting and you had to do more research, learn about it or something?
Okay, actually, I think I was born with it, you get? Because this is actually something that is inborn.
Okay.
And obviously, I have the zeal for it, you get? But at the same time, during secondary school, I was an art student.
Okay.
And that was when the passion for everything, like
That's from SS1, right?
Yes, it blew up.
Okay.
But at the same time, to some extent, I also had passion for humanity. So then I thought about Ben Carson. He's a surgeon and a writer.
Yeah.
I was not like, why can't I still pursue my dreams when I also want to have a career?
Yeah.
So then I decided to diversify. You cannot put all your eggs in one
basket. High five. I love your energy, actually. So, can silence itself be a form of reading in performance? You know, you've given example of the stethoscope, hanged as a rosary and the like. Now, when it comes to live performance on stage, can silence be reading?
Yes.
How?
Okay. Poetry is just like a patient in a coma. You're sleeping but awake. But then performance is like, should I say, performance is just like the nose oxygen, like what brings life into that patient. The same way performance brings life into poetry. So now, performance is not just expression.
Yeah.
Performance is connection, is resurrection, it's everything. Because in performance, then the tone of your voice, the truth in your eyes, you get, the sincerity in your expressions, it means a whole lot. So performance turns just a simple poem into a wonderful experience.
You know, that brings me to my next question now, right? How does performance voice, body language, presence affect the interpretation of a poem?
You see, first of all, you know, poetry is actually very complicated. You get
very complicated.
Very, very complicated. When you come to the branches of literature, I think poetry is the hardest part. Because not everyone can understand or interpret a poem. It takes a whole lot. So now, when it comes to expression now, for instance, when you write a poem now, I feel like
people, those poets who write those poems, they can better express those poems. Because, you know, just like your heart now, we all have different mindsets. And maybe the way you think is not the way I think.
Okay.
Yes. But then you might want to say, give me your pen. But I'm just seeing it as maybe you just want me to give you the pen. But you, within you know that you want me to give you that pen because you want to write. Do you get?
Yeah.
So now when it comes to expression, now, it means a whole lot. Because then the tone of the presenter, the truth in their eyes, the way they gesticulate everything, the way they show their gestures, you get that kind of thing. It brings life into it. Because normally, when you are reading a poem, it's actually sometimes kind of boring.
Fact. Very
Poems are boring when you're just reading them on a normal. But then the expression means everything. The performance. You know I Be Quick. Exactly. You see the energy there. There are speaks, these spoken word artists. Like when they are saying it, it feels like they know. Then you that doesn't understand, you begin to see meaning
in what they're saying.
Because
they are performing a drama, actually.
Exactly.
You know? All right. So how does performance use pause, tone? Like you just said, they express it and all. This particular question, I know it needs a drama or something, right? But how do they use that pause, tone to, you know, flow in the readings and all that? Is it more... Okay, let me allow you speak, actually, before I explain more.
Actually, you know, it depends on the kind of poem. Each expression or performance depends on the kind of topic you are talking about, you get. For instance, now, I want to talk about rape. I'm not coming to be romantic. You get? I'm not coming to be romantic. I want to talk about rape now. I'll not come and be like, when he held my hand, I'll not be like, no. You have to show it.
Yeah.
That's when the tone comes in. You get? The expression in your eyes. The way you react towards it. For instance, now I want to talk about an erotic poem about love. I cannot come and be talking about love and come and be shouting. Like, I'm talking to you. Your beauty rivals the twilight hues when the sun kisses the horizon, painting the skies in shades of gold and crimson. In the geography of my soul, you are the rivers, the mountains, and the seas. You are the landscape of my heart, for my heart has migrated to the country of your touch.
Okay, now you're making me blush.
So now, you see the way I said it, because it's an erotic poem. It involves emotions.
Yeah.
But now I want to talk about rape. I'll be like, okay. Actions he used on me were stronger and harder. And before I could scream, my head was already hammered. Do you get? I'm talking about pain. The shivers in my face will show that I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of
the person that
was raped. Do you get? That kind of thing. So now I want to talk about childbearing now. You know, it's a mixed feeling.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken this vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Tinubu appoints Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu Foreign Affairs Minister. IGP approves dismissal, prosecution of officer involved in Delta shooting. Israeli forces raid global Sumud flotilla boats in international waters. And U.S. indicts Sinaloa governor, 9 others over Mexican drug cartel links. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has appointed Ambassador Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu as Nigeria's new Minister of Foreign Affairs, following the resignation of Ambassador Yusuf Tuga. Tuga stepped down from the role to pursue political ambitions ahead of the 2027 general elections, paving the way for a leadership change in the country's foreign policy team. Ambassador Odumegwu Ojukwu, who previously served as Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, now takes over as the substantive minister. In a related development, President Tinubu has also nominated Ambassador Shola Enikolaye as Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, pending confirmation by the Senate. Enikolaye is a career diplomat with over 3 decades of experience, having served in multiple international postings and previously held the position of Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. According to the presidency, the appointments are part of broader efforts to strengthen Nigeria's foreign policy framework, enhance global engagement, and promote national interests. President Bola Tinubu has removed the chief executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Saidu Mohammed, just 4 months after his appointment. The presidency says the decision was taken in the public interest, with Mohammed set to be replaced by Rabiu Abdullahi Umar, pending Senate confirmation. The move comes amid mounting challenges in Nigeria's energy sector, including a sharp rise in aviation fuel prices that has prompted the airline operators of Nigeria to threaten a shutdown of operations. It also follows tensions between the regulator and the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, which had accused the agency of issuing fuel import licenses despite claims to the contrary. According to the presidency, the leadership change is aimed at strengthening regulatory effectiveness under the Petroleum Industry Act and advancing reforms in the midstream and downstream sectors. Industry data shows that the price of Jet A1 fuel has surged dramatically in recent months, intensifying pressure on airlines and raising concerns about broader economic impacts. Umar, the nominee for the role, is described as a seasoned executive with decades of experience across energy and manufacturing, including senior roles in both the petroleum and cement industries. Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat says President Bola Tinubu has endorsed his ambition to run for governor in 2027 under the All Progressives Congress. Hamzat disclosed this after a meeting with the President and the Governance Advisory Council at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. According to him, the council, led by its chairman Tajuddin Olusi, formally presented his candidacy to the President, who gave his backing to the move. The endorsement follows earlier support from Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and a unanimous adoption by the GAC, which also purchased nomination forms for Hamzat. Speaking after the meeting, Hamzat described his governorship ambition as audacious, but expressed confidence in his experience, citing his tenure as deputy governor and previous roles in the state cabinet. Despite the endorsements, party leaders say the APC will still conduct primary elections in line with its guidelines to ensure fairness and internal democracy. The Supreme Court is set to deliver judgment in two major political cases involving the African Democratic Congress and the People's Democratic Party, decisions that could reshape the opposition ahead of the 2027 general elections. In the ADC case, former Senate President David Mark is asking the Apex Court to overturn earlier rulings that allowed a legal challenge to the party's leadership to proceed. His legal team argues that courts lack jurisdiction over internal party disputes, citing precedent that such matters fall outside judicial authority. However, opposing counsel insists the case is valid and should continue, maintaining that lower courts acted within the law. The Court of Appeal had earlier dismissed Mark's appeal as premature and ordered the case to return to trial, prompting the Independent National Electoral Commission to withdraw recognition of his faction pending final determination. In a separate but equally significant case, the Supreme Court will rule on a leadership crisis within the PDP, arising from a disputed national convention in Ibadan. A faction led by Taminu Turaki is seeking validation of the convention, while opponents, including Sule Lamido, argue the exercise violated a subsisting court order. The convention had gone ahead despite a federal high court ruling restraining it, an action later declared unlawful by both the trial court and the appellate court, which nullified its outcome. The dispute also involved a rival faction aligned with Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike. The federal government has declared Friday, May 1st, 2026 as a public holiday to mark this year's International Workers' Day. The announcement was made by the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, who congratulated Nigerian workers and praised their contributions to national development. In a statement issued by the ministry, the government commended workers for their dedication, noting that their efforts remain vital to the country's growth and prosperity. The minister also reaffirmed the government's commitment to improving workers' welfare, enhancing security, and creating a more enabling environment for economic progress. He urged Nigerians to use the occasion to reflect on the values of unity, diligence, and patriotism, while also encouraging citizens to remain peaceful and law-abiding during the celebrations. The Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has approved the dismissal and prosecution of an Assistant Superintendent of Police over the killing of a suspect in Delta State. The officer, ASP Nuhu Usman, was found culpable following a review by the Force Disciplinary Committee, which determined that he acted in violation of established rules governing the use of firearms. According to the police authorities, the officer breached provisions of Force Order 237 and other regulations, leading to the recommendation that he and members of his team be dismissed from service. The IGP has endorsed the committee's findings and forwarded the recommendations to the Police Service Commission for ratification. Upon dismissal, the affected officers are to be handed over for prosecution on charges of unlawful homicide. The victim, identified as Mene Ogidi, was reportedly killed on April 26th in Efuru during an operation linked to the alleged possession of a firearm. The police chief reiterated a zero-tolerance stance on extrajudicial killings, stressing that no officer has the authority to take a life outside the bounds of the law. The incident has triggered widespread public outrage, with calls for accountability and justice. The Senate has passed the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Amendment Bill for second reading, paving the way for a major reform in the funding and operations of the Nigeria Police Force. The proposed legislation, sponsored by Senate leader Opeyemi Bamidele, seeks to repeal the 2019 Act and introduce a stronger framework to finance policing in the country. Bamidele described the bill as a response to long-standing challenges, including poor funding, outdated equipment, weak infrastructure, and low morale among officers, especially amid rising threats such as insurgency, kidnapping, and cybercrime.
Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, the primary duty of any government is the protection of lives and property. Without security, governance collapses, economic growth stagnates, and social cohesion deteriorates. Across our nation today, we are confronted with complex and evolving security threats, ranging from insurgency and banditry to kidnapping, armed robbery, cybercrime, and communal unrest. These challenges have placed enormous pressure on the Nigerian police force, which remains the frontline institution for internal security. However, distinguished colleagues, it is evident that the police force is constrained by inadequate funding, obsolete equipment, poor infrastructure, insufficient training, and welfare challenges affecting morale. As a result, this bill, therefore, is a deliberate legislative intervention to address these systemic deficiencies in a sustainable and structured manner. Rationale for repeal and reenactment.
The proposal has sparked concerns among lawmakers over transparency, accountability, and its impact on federal allocations. Senator Abdul Ningi warned that multiple deductions could reduce funds available to various tiers of government. Meanwhile, Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro backed the bill, arguing that inadequate funding has left police personnel ill-equipped to attack criminal activities.
Mr. President, when you look at number 4 on the submission of the Senate leader, 1% of total revenue accruing to the federation account. That's really huge. In addition, allocated development levies under relevant tax laws, which you had passed recently, these are statutory allocations. However, what should be paramount in our mind is grants and intervention from federal and state local governments. More often than not, that has not been disclosed. Donations and international support from bilateral and multilateral partners, we know these things, but it has never been disclosed. private sector contributions endowment. We also acknowledge that, but it has never been disclosed. And I'm speaking because, as a member of this committee and a former chairman of the House of Representative Police Committee, these last three items I so mentioned, it becomes almost impossible to have the Nigerian police open up to this. And therefore, when you are budgeting for the Nigerian police, you'll not be able to get the right comprehension as what goes into the nitty-gritty.
Mr. President, you will recall that one of the problems associated with policing in Nigeria is the fact of lack of adequate funding, which in the first place necessitated the passage of this Police Trust Fund. Mr. President, I think that the time has come that we must frontally confront the problem of inadequate funding of our security agencies, especially the police.
Also weighing in, Chief Whip Mohammed Tahir Monguno stated that the proposal remains constitutional, provided it is backed by an act of the National Assembly.
That what we are doing now is not in any way in breach of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which is the grand rule. I want to crave your indulgence and refer you to Section 80, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Exactly.
Subject to your indulgence, I will read, because that provision is very clear
please read.
and unequivocal.
Please read.
No monies shall be withdrawn from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation except to meet the expenditure that is charged upon the fund by this Constitution, or where the issue of those monies has been authorized by an Appropriation Act, Supplementary Act, or an act first in pursuance of Section 81 of the Constitution. An act first pursuant to.
In his remarks, Senate President Godswill Akpabio said the bill is aimed not only at increasing funding, but also addressing structural inefficiencies in the administration of the trust fund. He assured that strict oversight mechanisms would be put in place to ensure transparency and prevent misuse.
You said any act, the Section 80 says any act passed in line with Section 81 of the Constitution. Now, listen to Section 81. Section 81 says, the President shall cause to be prepared and laid before each House of the National Assembly at any time in each financial year estimates of the revenues and expenditure of the Federation for the next following financial year. We are not considering the estimates of the revenues and expenditure of the Federation. We are talking about Police Act. Are you hearing me? So if we need to include Police Act and then pass the new finance allocation formula, the Police Act will be there. And when we pass that, that now comes in consonance with the Constitution. So is there anybody who is opposed to this bill going for second reading so that we can brush it up? Those in support that it goes for second reading say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So we were just talking grammar.
The bill has now been referred to the Senate Committee on Police Affairs, which is expected to report back within 2 weeks. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has raised the ex-depot price of petrol and diesel following a sharp surge in global crude oil prices, triggering fresh concerns over fuel costs and inflation in Nigeria. Brent crude prices climbed rapidly from about $105 per barrel earlier in the week to nearly $125 per barrel, driven by tightening global supply conditions and renewed geopolitical tensions affecting oil shipping routes. In response, the Dangote refinery increased its petrol gantry price from 1,200 naira to 1,275 naira per litre, while diesel rose to 1,800 naira per litre. The facility also reportedly suspended loading operations temporarily, affecting allocations to fuel marketers. Market data shows depots around Lagos, Warri, Port Harcourt and Calabar adjusting prices upward, with diesel now selling in some locations at close to or above 2,000 naira per litre. Analysts say the spike is linked to global crude market pressures, particularly supply disruptions and restrictions affecting exports from key producing regions. The surge in Brent crude reflects broader concerns about tightening global energy supply. The price movement is expected to ripple through Nigeria's downstream sector, increasing transport costs, aviation fuel prices, and general inflationary pressure on goods and services. Energy operators warn that if crude prices remain elevated, further increases in petrol, diesel, and aviation fuel are likely across the domestic market. Israeli forces raid global Sumud flotilla boats in international waters. U.S. indicts Sinaloa governor, 9 others over Mexican drug cartel links. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Here is a public service announcement. Vacancy for tricycle operators. The ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, hereby invites applications from suitably qualified tricycle operators to support her door-to-door waste collection/evacuation operations across the state. Interested applicants who must test physically fit must each possess a WAEC/GCE/NACO certificate or its equivalent, a valid driver's license, and at least 2 years of credible hands-on experience in a similar role. Remuneration will be very attractive. Applications should be submitted in person within a span of 1 week from Thursday, April 24, 2026, to the office of the Head of Administration, ESWAMA Headquarters, Number 7 Bridgeway Road, off State Secretariat Complex, GRA, Enugu. For further inquiries, please call 081 35 53 4440. Signed, Management.
Israeli forces have intercepted multiple vessels linked to the global Sumud flotilla in the Mediterranean, using drones, communications jamming, and armed boarding teams to halt what organizers describe as a humanitarian mission bound for Gaza. According to the flotilla organizers, military speedboats identifying themselves as Israeli forces approached the unarmed civilian vessels, pointing lasers and semi-automatic weapons, while ordering passengers to gather at the front of the boats and kneel. The group says at least 11 vessels lost communications during the operation, while Israeli media reports indicate that 7 boats were seized near the Greek island of Crete, hundreds of miles from Gaza. Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon, stated that the flotilla was stopped before reaching Israeli-controlled waters, describing participants as provocateurs. However, flotilla spokesperson Gur Tisaba called the operation a direct attack on unarmed civilians in international waters, arguing that Israel has no legal jurisdiction in the area and that the boarding could constitute unlawful detention. United States prosecutors have charged Sinaloa Governor Ruben Rochamoya and 9 current and former officials over alleged ties to the powerful Sinaloa drug cartel in the move that could strain diplomatic relations between Washington and Mexico City. An indictment unsealed in New York accuses Rocha Moya and the co-defendants of collaborating with cartel leaders to traffic narcotics into the United States in exchange for political backing and bribes. Prosecutors allege the cartel's Chapitos faction, linked to the sons of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, supported Rocha Moya's 2021 gubernatorial campaign by intimidating opponents, kidnapping rival candidates, and interfering with ballots. One of the accused, Enrique Diaz Vega, who later served as a senior state official, is alleged to have provided cartel operatives with names and addresses of political opponents, enabling threats aimed at forcing them out of the race. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration says the case highlights how organized crime allegedly infiltrates political systems to protect drug trafficking operations and expand influence. Lawmakers in the U.S. state of Florida has approved a new congressional map marked by Governor Ron DeSantis, a move expected to significantly boost Republican representation ahead of November's midterm elections. The Republican-controlled legislature passed the map just days after it was unveiled, with projections suggesting the party could expand its U.S. House delegation from 20 seats to as many as 24, while Democrats could be reduced to just 4. The decision comes amid a wider national redistricting battle, with both major parties attempting to redraw electoral maps in their favor outside the traditional post-census cycle. Critics, including Democratic lawmakers, argue the move amounts to partisan gerrymandering, redrawing district boundaries to secure political advantage, while legal challenges are expected over whether the map violates the Florida Constitution. The outcome could influence the balance of power in Congress, where Democrats are aiming to regain control of the House and potentially the Senate, serving as a check on President Donald Trump during the final years of his term. The redistricting push follows similar efforts in several states and comes after a major ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court that raised the bar for challenging maps under the Voting Rights Act of 1965, requiring proof of discriminatory intent rather than just impact. That ruling has particular relevance in Florida, where the new map eliminates a majority black district, potentially reshaping minority representation in the state. Ukraine is urging Israel to seize a cargo vessel it claims is transporting grain taken from Russian-occupied territories, escalating a diplomatic dispute between Kyiv and Tel Aviv. Ukraine's Prosecutor General, Ruslan Kravchenko, says the ship Parnormitis is en route to the Israeli Port of Haifa, carrying grain allegedly sourced from occupied Ukrainian regions. Kyiv has formally requested that Israel detain the vessel, inspect its cargo, review documentation, and question crew members as part of an investigation into what it describes as stolen goods. The vessel's management company has rejected the claims, insisting all documentation shows the grain is of Russian origin. Tensions between the two countries have intensified, with Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar criticizing Ukraine for what he described as Twitter diplomacy, saying the formal request was only submitted after public accusations were made. And that's it on the international news.
Actress Tonto Dike's ex-husband, Olakunle Churchill, dismisses claims of a marital crisis involving his partner, Rosie Mura. Social media personality Eniola Fabemi, popularly known as Sisi Alabo, issues a public apology after her private video surfaced online. And Pascal Okechukwu, popularly known as Cubana Chief Priest, declares intention to run for a seat in the House of Representatives under the APC. Gwyneth Wokonta has details on entertainment news.
Actress Tonto Dike's ex-husband Olakunle Churchill has dismissed claims of a marital crisis involving his partner Rosie Mora, insisting that there was never a legally recognized marriage between them. The clarification follows reports that Moira had filed for a divorce after Churchill's alleged reconciliation with his ex-wife Tonto Dike, who is now an evangelist. Responding to the circulating divorce document on his Instagram page, Churchill described the claims as false and unfounded. He explained that what took place between him and Moira was merely an introduction, not a formal marriage, and therefore could not require a legal divorce process. He further questioned the authenticity of the document and the process behind them, stating that he was never formally served any legal notice. Churchill also expressed doubt about the competence of those allegedly advising Moira, criticizing both media handlers and legal representatives involved in the situation. Social media personality Eniola Fagbemi, popularly known as Sisi Alabo, has issued a public apology after her private video surfaced online. The Oyo-based herbal vendor addressed the situation in a Facebook post where she admitted fault and expressed deep regret over the incident. She acknowledged responsibilities for her actions and apologized to those who may have felt disappointed by the video. Beyond the apology, Sisi Alabo disclosed that the backlash has had a significant emotional impact on her, revealing that she has been struggling to eat and sleep, and that even sleep medication has not been effective. She appealed to the public for understanding and forgiveness, expressing concern about her mental and emotional state. Pascal Okechukwu, popularly known as Cubana Chief Priest, has declared his intention to run for a seat in the House of Representatives under the APC. He made this known in a video shared online after visiting the APC Secretariat in Imo State, where he informed party officials of his ambition to represent the Orsolu and Oru East Federal Constituency in the 2027 elections. In the caption accompanying the video at the national level, adding that he remains hopeful and committed to the persuasion. He was also up to Tinubu's re-election bid. That's the entertainment news. Queen Eth Wokunta, Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna. That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching. Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health. My guest today is a business coach helping women find visibility in Nigeria and globally. But then, the beauty of what she's done is she's a visibility coach, she says. She works with professionals and business people and inventors and all of that. But what she's really trying to do at the base of it is help people love themselves. Are you still in full-time employment?
No, now. So now what I do is I'm a coach, a visibility coach. I teach women how to get seen.
A visibility coach?
Yes, yes.
Explain that. You teach women how to get seen. Explain it.
Yes. So what I do is I teach people, especially career women, how to become known as thought leaders in their industry. So this is from my work of, because now I've gone through that journey. I know what it feels like to not have the confidence to want to be seen and all of that. So I take people on that journey of helping them to become visible in their sectors. And I specifically do it on LinkedIn for some people. So showing them how to show up on LinkedIn.
Yeah, I know what that is like. That's what she's trying to do. Help people love themselves, but do it in a way that gets tied to their short-term and long-term goals. Now, how did she get into this business? Glory. From learning to love herself, from dealing with a debilitating autoimmune condition that made her lose confidence and hate herself, to hate herself enough. In 2007 in London, in the United Kingdom, she went onto the highway to throw herself off the highway and end her life.
I went to the road, so I woke up at midnight and I was just crying, and I just didn't want to be Glory. I hated her. I just thought this girl has so much drama. And I remember I walked to there's this place, this kind of like what you would call an expressway. I think it was called London Street at the time. And I went there and I thought, this was midnight, and I thought I'm going to jump into oncoming traffic. I'm just going to just end it. And I remember that day I was wearing my coat and I was screaming at God, and I was like, why me? And I was, it was just really, really dramatic as I typically am. And finally the cars were passing, and a thought came to my head and it said, if you don't die and you maybe you become maimed, so on top of this drama, they're going to add that.
From that moment began a journey to finding herself, to loving herself, and ultimately to helping other women find and love themselves. I've known her from her days as the pioneer features editor of BellaNiger.com. Glory Edozie is my guest today.
Come for me.
Do you find that people struggle to define you, to be like, what does Glory do? Do you find that?
Actually, nobody's ever asked me that question before. I think now more people are clear on what I do, but I think it took a long time for them to understand. I think because I myself was kind of muddling through.
I was going to ask that. Yes.
I was kind of muddling through, trying to find myself, trying to define myself. And I'm one of those people that I don't need to be, a lot of people want to wait, figure things out,
before moving,
and then move. I'm moving. I'm moving and I'm figuring things out. So I remember recently, someone said to me, she said, oh, now I get you. For a long time, I just never understood what you were doing. So I find that maybe more so now.
Do you think that's the best way to do it, to model through?
I think it depends on your personality.
I like that.
I think for me, modeling through is just who I am. I think overanalysis, paralysis, I don't like that. So I think, and I think in modeling through, you learn so many lessons, and you are less focused on perfection.
Yes.
And you learn to enjoy the ride. At least I'm trying. Yeah.
Have you always enjoyed the ride?
No. No, I haven't.
Why not?
So, I think I've always been very afraid. In fact, it's only recently that I'm dealing with my fear.
Okay.
So I think I've always been someone that's very afraid. I'm afraid of water, afraid of flying, afraid of things, and so always afraid of the future, not knowing, and so being scared. So I think that sometimes the fear has even been worse than the actual outcome.
Yeah.
Many times.
Yeah. Are you still afraid?
Yes. I think I'm afraid, but then today I was actually journaling and I was saying, it's just high time to believe what God says. It's high time to just believe exceedingly abundantly. It's high time to just believe this and see life more as an adventure than as a palaver. Sometimes when I'm exhausted and you just go on Instagram and you see people doing things, you're like, what's wrong with you? Better get up, you know? But I'm just learning that everybody's journey is different, and if you feel tired, rest.
I remember many years ago, many years ago. About 3 years ago, I went to visit, my friend Linda in KG, in her, that mansion that makes my first question what we've been doing
with your life,
with our lives.
Yeah.
And at that time, I was just tired. I was tired, exhausted. As I was saying to Linda, I'm like, Linda, I'm tired. I said, what are you doing? I said, I'm doing nothing. I don't tire. He said, how can you be tired? You are just and then later I think she got it. She's like, oh, and just now, because I've gotten so busy and I'm doing 5 interviews a day, I'm interviewing promos every day. And I'm like, thank God I allowed myself be tired at that time. Because the time would come and I would be busy. But I feel like if I didn't rest when I needed to rest, I was just remembering, talking about journaling, I was journaling about this. And I said, I'm grateful that I rested when rest was calling.
Yes.
So that I would have the energy to do when doing is necessary.
That's perfect.
I'm
Actually,
deep.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I just like, excuse me, somebody write that down. Put a hashtag. Put it in quotation marks. Yeah. No, I completely agree. I think that sometimes, I find that my best ideas and my true self evolves from rest. I think when I'm in that go place, it's competition. It's I have to. And it's not necessarily the best place to create from. Yes. I find that when I'm rested, when I'm restful, and I can be more focused and productive.
Yeah. You got your PhD very early. I think you got a PhD when you were like 7.
I think I was 28.
Yes, when you got your PhD.
Before I was 30, yes.
Yes, before you were 30. You grew up abroad, yeah?
No, I grew up in Nigeria and then went abroad.
To do school?
Yes.
Which school?
Yes. So I did my master's. So my first degree was in Abraka here, Delta State University.
Okay.
Then I went to Greenwich to do my master's and then Reading to do my PhD.
Right. Why did you feel the need to do a PhD?
So again, my dad wanted a doctor.
Okay.
My father
which way.
My father wanted a medical doctor, and so this was in my subconscious. When I finished my master's, I was like, okay, I got this opportunity. I was thinking about doing another master's, right? And then the person at the university that I was applying to in Reading said, why do you don't need another master's? You have a really great master's, really great research background.
Right.
Why don't you consider doing a PhD? Right. And I remember telling him, my dad is going to watch this and he's going to be so upset with me, but I remember telling my dad, and the voice and so this is another thing. I had to prove that, okay, I can do this. And but that was the most humbling time of my life.
Two things. Said the voice. Is it the voice you used to announce to him?
No, the voice that my dad, the way he responded.
Oh, right. He was very happy.
Before I had even started, he asked me, go and show the admission letter to different people. Go and let them know that my daughter is doing a PhD. So there was so much pride, and obviously because of the age at which I was doing this PhD, I felt like, and again, in secondary school, I was very dull. So in secondary school, I used to I was 36 out of 40.
Okay.
I was not smart. So people in my secondary school, when they see me now, they're like,
they cannot believe
they can't. In fact, it's like a mirage. Exactly. So again, I guess that subconscious thing of I'm smart now. Look at me. You discounted me again. Trauma.
Yeah.
But it was it's one of the best things I ever did. But it was one of the most humbling experiences of my life.
Explain that. Why?
PhD broke me. I want to say it even destroyed me. See, the day they gave me the PhD, I just went and slept. The next day I started looking for a job. I didn't party. Now I see people putting announcements on LinkedIn. I just got my PhD. I was just like, thank God. In fact, at the graduation, my father took my certificate. Till today, he has the certificate.
I love it.
Do you understand? In fact, I had to tell him the other day, please, when you come to Lake, can you bring my certificate? He's like, hey, is this still with me? I said, yes. 10 years later, it's still with you. So why did it break me? So at the time, when I started, I thought I was very intelligent, all of that. Come to find out that intelligence is not necessarily what gets you a PhD. Second thing, I now had this dilapidating skin disease called psoriasis. Right. So 80% of my skin was covered in bumps and unsightly scars that would peel and bleed if I scratched it too hard. And it was on my scalp, it was, and imagine in your 20s. So for 7 years, 8 years of my life, I didn't wear skirts because I could not show my legs. And then I was dating somebody who now married somebody else. So, which reinforced my feelings of low self-worth. So I started to develop, and then this PhD, they said it would take 3 years. 4 years in, there was no sight of respite. And so I think I just broke down. And I remember one day I went to the road. So I woke up at midnight and I was just crying, and I just didn't want to be Glory. I hated her. I just thought this girl has so much drama. And I remember I walked to this place, this kind of like what you would call an expressway. I think it was called London Street at the time. And I went there and I thought, this was at midnight. And I thought, I'm going to jump into oncoming traffic. I'm just going to end it. And I remember that day I was wearing my coat and I was screaming at God, and I was like, why me? And I was, it was just really, really dramatic, as I typically am. And finally, the cars were passing, and a thought came to my head, and it said, if you don't die, and you maybe you become maimed, so on top of this drama, you're going to add that. And then secondly, what if you now die? Because I'm a Christian, I now believe that, murder, not necessarily taking me to heaven per se. So I'm like,
it's very likely not to take you to heaven.
You understand? So I'm like, you mean I'm going to leave this hell only to get to hell?
No.
Okay, so I stood at the road, and I remember I saw police cars coming by, and I thought, this is perfect. I'm going to pretend like I don't know who I am. So I'm going to act crazy. So that when they come and they say, who are you? And I say, I don't know. They'll take me to the hospital, because, UK is a caring society. They take me to the hospital. I'll be Jane Doe for like 3 days before they uncover my roots. These police people drove past me.
Oh dear.
They didn't even notice me. And so I now went back. I went back home after like 45 minutes of the road. And the next day I had a meeting with my PhD supervisor, and I walked in and he said, you look like someone who doesn't have a soul. You need help.
Really?
And that was my journey of becoming. That's how my journey started.
Right. How did the professor notice?
I think because of my personality. People with my personality, you can actually mask depression quite well. But there must have been something that day that just looked like this girl has given up. There's no pretense, there's nothing. And it was actually, till today, we are I would say, friendly.
I would think
friends.
so.
Yeah, exactly. So I think he must have just noticed it. I don't know. I thought I had covered up well, but clearly not enough.
Yeah, I know. So you said the journey started. What was that journey after that?
So I remember when I went to my first meeting with a therapist, and I cried. I just cried, and she let me. And so when we're talking about, okay, how we, the process for resolving these issues, I said, I feel like I'm in physical pain. I don't understand, because I'm not physically sick, but I feel like I'm in physical pain. And she said, you are mourning. You are mourning the person you thought you would become. And I don't remember much else from those sessions, but I never forgot that statement. So I had to start finding who Glory was. I think up until that point, I had tried to be who I thought would please people, who I thought my dad wanted me to be, my mom wanted me to be, and or my boyfriend, the guy I was seeing at the time, everything was socially constructed. Even though those people didn't think they were putting any pressure on me, I absorbed that pressure. And so at that point, I now started thinking, who is Glory? What does she like? What does she want to do with her life? And so that's the journey that I started.
What do you think? This was around 20 what?
So this is early 2007, 8, 9, thereabouts.
Yeah,
2006.
What is this finding self? What does it mean? What does it do for you?
The only way I can describe it is finding that inner connection. And I know that just sounds even more highfalutin, But the only way I can describe it is, maybe that would resonate, is finding that purpose that makes you feel alive. Recently I was watching something, there's this show about fame.
Okay.
And they got some influencers, people that they were trying to make influencers and make them famous. And by the end of the experiment, these people had dropped out. Even though they had given them fame, they had given them so many things. One of them actually put his account on private. Like, I don't want again. Another one said, please stop it. Another one, she was growing and getting all the fame stuff. And then COVID hits and she was like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I feel like finding yourself is that journey that before you came to earth, that journey that God gave you to say, do this. And sometimes there's great money at the end of it. Sometimes. But sometimes I think what is at the end of it is satisfaction and peace.
Yeah. Enjoying
life.
Being yours. Yeah.
Because many people leave this earth with a lot of money.
Yeah.
A lot of money. You can't take it anywhere with you. Money is great, so I'm looking
we
for money.
We need to use it for things.
yes, very, very necessary. But I think that finding that journey of peace and finding yourself and finding satisfaction is also just as important, if not more.
You're talking about something called what do you call it?
Psoriasis.
Psoriasis.
Yes.
Right. What is that?
So it's an autoimmune disease. So everybody, your skin replicates itself once every 28 days. You don't notice it because it's part of the normal cell replication process. But if you have psoriasis, something triggers the cells in your body, so it's replicating 3 to 4 times a day. So it's not falling off naturally. It's just building on top of each other. Yeah.
So it's like the skin is supposed to be shedding. So rather than shedding, it's just staying on top.
It's just forming on top, and it just forms different scabs.
Oh dear God.
Yeah, so on your scalp, it looks like terrible dandruff.
Yeah.
So I would go to the salon, wash my hair. 2 days later, my hair is covered. People would just look at me, go and treat your hair now. And I couldn't, how would I explain to you that I watched it 2 days ago? Do you understand? Yeah.
So the fact you're not taking care of yourself.
Yes. I remember so it started in secondary school. And in secondary school, people thought I was dirty.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. People thought I was dirty, but it is what it is.
So that must have given you self-esteem.
Oh, my secondary school, I tell people that, and no shade to people that went there, but if I was going to do life again, I would start at university. I would never redo secondary school.
Right.
I just wouldn't.
They made it tough for you.
It was just it wasn't a pleasant experience. I didn't know who I was. There was just a lot of judgment, just so many things. It's the time that I remember one time I was in the UK and I saw a teacher. I was working in a store and this teacher from my secondary school came in and she saw me, and you know that kind of when somebody calls you your name and your last name, you know it's secondary school. She just said, Gloria Dozie, and she wanted to hug me. I was like,
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And she was like, I was like, you were horrible to me in school. Don't come here and be hugging.
You Tiwa Savage. You Tiwa Savage.
Yes, actually, I never thought of that correlation, but yeah, that's what I did. I was just like, and she was like, you should forgive and forget. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, it's easy for you to say that because you were the offender. Give me time to, maybe if I see her now, I'll hug her.
But then you're not having it.
No.
So this happened, so what causes it?
So there's no specific cause.
Yeah, autoimmune things are,
we can see.
Yeah. So how did you,
But now I take very expensive medication so that I can appear normal.
This has physical symptoms. What is that like, living with something that you are with every day?
Every day. So, it's difficult for me to answer that because I stopped thinking about it. So one of the things that helped me in my journey for self-discovery is to learn the things I can control and the things I can't control.
Yeah.
So it's autoimmune, I can't control it. The only thing I control it is medicine. So all I just do, every 3 months I take an injection. I don't think about it. The only times I have to think about it is if I'm entering a new relationship with a guy. I have to have this explanation, and there's a bit of trepidation around that.
Yeah.
And then I also think about when I want to start having kids because I can't be on the injection when I'm pregnant. So those are the kind of thoughts I have. I'm like, okay, God, so what are we going to do here? Because I can't, have you seen this pregnancy challenge, how people are looking? I can't add that to psoriasis because I won't be able to leave the house, So, so those are the things. But in terms of day to day, honestly, I've closed that part of my life off.
What does it feel like to have somebody who says they love you, leave you because of that?
Nobody has ever asked me that before. What does it feel like? I think it feels two things. It feels, I told you I was never enough. It validates trauma, it validates that part of you. But now I'm learning to combat it with, you are the problem. I'm not the problem. And when I say you are the problem, not that makes the person bad. Because I realize that people have different thresholds. And they are allowed their thresholds. So if a guy looks at me and says, well, I'm not going to date you because of the way you look, or because of this, because of that, That's fine. It's okay.
But it's not about you.
Me making it about you does not even make you a bad person. It just makes you a person who this is more than your threshold, and that's okay.
This particular focus as a professional, what led you to it?
So it's a lot of trial and error. I'm honest with you.
I love it.
I'm not going to say I had some kumbaya moments. So I first of all started up being a self-confidence coach. A self-love coach. And I remember today I was going to do a self-love workshop. And I did this social media post about self-love, and everybody was liking the post and everything.
Sharing.
Yes, commenting, sharing, oh my
click,
God.
Click.
Yes. And I remember then I just wanted 10 people in the room, and it was 10K.
Right.
And today, nobody paid.
I know that.
I could not, for the life of me, I could not understand this. It was 10K. In fact, okay, I lied. One person paid, she paid 5K because she was going to help me with registration. So I gave her half price. And I remember the shame that I was feeling. I remember the shame. The only thing that saved me today was that the day of that event, it was that day of heavy rainfall in Lagos, that people were swimming.
Right. So you could blame the rain.
I could blame the rain. But meanwhile, they were not
trying to come.
Nobody was trying to come. So I had to have a sit down and say, again, what is my value? So clearly I realized that self-love, people get that. People feel they get that in church. So why would I pay for it?
Yes.
People feel like nobody works around thinking, I need to love myself more.
Yes.
So
Nigerians especially.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So I had to start thinking, how can I communicate this in a valuable way, this thing that I do in a valuable way? So I started to think about visibility in a more strategic sense. Who needs to be visible? And there were so many people talking to business women. So many people, you throw anything here, you see somebody that is helping business people. I said, what about the career women? So I said, okay, I'll focus on career women. And then what do career women need visibility for?
Right.
And that is how the journey began.
Right. So what was the first thing that you then developed?
It was called networking. Network like a pro. Okay. So visibility, to be visible, you have to be connected to the right people. And a lot of people used to give me comments about, Gloria, how you're so good with just connecting with people and leveraging relationships. So my first product was a networking course, online course. Then from there, I moved to strategic visibility and networking. And then as part of that, I had a bonus, how to use LinkedIn, because I was using LinkedIn very well and people were asking me questions. So I had a bonus course. And it was just like, people kept asking about this LinkedIn thing.
Right.
So I scrapped everything.
And focused
on LinkedIn visibility.
Yes, yeah. What's the first thing you tell a person now who's struggling to love themselves?
So I think the first thing is understanding where this struggle is coming from. It's coming from different places. Sometimes it is, they've not seen their value, they've not seen their self-worth. And that is because we discount the things that come easy to us.
Preach.
Yeah. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
We discount the things that come easy to us. So when people were asking me things about networking, I was like,
that's not what you're supposed to be doing.
Now, just go and meet the person. You want to meet this person? Ask them now. I just never saw it as a big deal because, because it comes so easy to me. So that's the first thing. And then I think there's a space for owning your power. And I know it sounds so cliche, but it's so true. I remember when I started, my goal today, what I really wanted to do was I wanted to help executives. But I said, who will listen to me? Me, okay. I've never run. I thought I had to be like the CEO of a multinational first. I thought I had to quickly go to Harvard, get Harvard education degree, something like that. Because one of the first things I do with people on all my courses is we go through your career, and I get you to write out your accomplishments. But I also get you to write it in a way that is impactful for the organization. Because today, I was talking about self-love. It's the same thing I'm talking about.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
Yes.
But I'm communicating it differently in a way that is valuable to the person I want to help. But all the time when I was saying self-love, it was just going over people's heads.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. So that's what it is.
That's what it is. Well, thank you.
Yes!
Thank you for the work. Final question. If we came back in 5 years to have a conversation, where do you want to be by then?
Oh, today. I want to own a media company that promotes women across Africa. Right. That's my goal.
Thank you. We'll talk again in 5 years.
Amen.
We'll be here.
Amen.
Thank you so much.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome to another exciting episode of Gender Perspectives. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olo, as always, bringing you conversations that matter. And today we'll be talking about women and the role they play in peace and security. Now, when we talk about peace and security, I mean, it's often discussed in terms of borders and armies, negotiations, but rarely through the experiences and voices of women. And yet, across the world, women are at the front lines of conflict and peace building, bearing unique burdens while also leading efforts to heal divided communities. Well, we'll explore the challenges women face, the roles they play, and why inclusive peace is not just, women's issue, but a global priority. But first, let's take a break and we'll be back shortly.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
To understand
the way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspective.
Today's edition of Gender Perspectives. This is the program where we explore the issues shaping men and women's lives in today's world. I'm your host, Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. And today we're delving into a topic that touches millions of families across the globe, the realities of single parenthood. What does it truly mean to raise children alone? How do single parents navigate the emotional, financial, and social challenges that come with this journey? And how are boys and girls affected differently by growing up in a single-parent home? We'll be unpacking the facts, the struggles, and the strengths, exploring how society can better support families of all shapes and sizes. But we'll go on a break, and after that, we'll be back.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal
in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Before we begin our conversation, let's take a closer look at the facts behind this topic. Now, single parenthood is not just a personal experience. It's a growing social reality that affects families, communities, and children around the world in different ways. Now, from the economic challenges of raising children alone to the emotional resilience of parents who take on both roles, single parenthood reflects both struggle and strength. Now, how are men and women experiencing it differently? And what impacts does it have on the boys and girls growing up in these households? Well, here is our background report on the realities of single parenthood.
Single parenthood has become one of the most significant shifts in modern family life, reshaping how societies view parenting, gender roles, and child development. Across the world, an increasing number of children are being raised by one parent, whether due to divorce, separation, death, or personal choice. While the experience of single parenthood is diverse, its realities reveal both the profound challenges and the remarkable resilience that define these families. Over the past few decades, the structure of the family has evolved dramatically. The traditional two-parent household is no longer the universal norm. In both developed and developing nations, economic pressures, changing cultural attitudes, and personal choices have contributed to a steady rise in single-parent families. In many African societies, particularly in Nigeria and other parts of sub-Saharan Africa, single parenthood is often linked to socioeconomic hardship. Studies show that children raised by single mothers face higher risks of malnutrition and limited access to education due to reduced income and social support. In contrast, in more industrialized societies, the challenges may be different, centering on time management, work-life balance, and emotional strain rather than outright poverty. Despite these differences, one truth remains consistent: the experience of single parenthood is shaped heavily by the intersection of economic, social, and emotional factors. The realities of these families cannot be understood without considering the context in which they exist. Single parents bear an immense weight of responsibility. They must balance financial provision, childcare, discipline, education, and emotional support, often without help. Financial strain is perhaps the most visible challenge. With only one income to sustain the household, many single parents find it difficult to meet the rising cost of living, housing, and education. Beyond money, time itself becomes a scarce resource. The demands of employment, domestic chores, and childrearing can leave little room for rest or self-care. Many single parents report high levels of stress and exhaustion, which can in turn affect their mental and physical health. The lack of a co-parent also means there is often no immediate support in moments of crisis, decision-making, or parenting conflict. Adding to these pressures is the weight of social perception. In some communities, single parents, especially single mothers, still face stigma and judgment, viewed as having failed at maintaining a traditional family. This can lead to isolation, shame, or reluctance to seek help, further deepening their emotional burden. The realities of single parenthood extend to children as well. Research suggests that children raised in single-parent households may face challenges related to emotional development, academic performance, and social integration. However, these outcomes are not uniform and depend heavily on the quality of parenting, the presence of supportive networks, and the family's socioeconomic stability. Children may experience feelings of loss, confusion, or divided loyalty, especially in cases of divorce or separation. The absence of one parent can also mean reduced supervision or emotional guidance, particularly during formative years. Studies show that boys and girls may respond differently to single-parent dynamics, boys sometimes exhibiting behavioral challenges, while girls may struggle with emotional regulation or self-esteem. Nonetheless, it is crucial to note that single parenthood itself is not a predictor of poor outcomes. The real determining factors are the conditions surrounding it, such as financial hardship, instability, or parental stress. When these are managed, many children from single-parent families perform just as well academically and socially as their peers from two-parent homes. Although both men and women can be single parents, their experiences often differ. The majority of single-parent families are headed by women, who must simultaneously navigate caregiving and breadwinning. This dual role is complicated by persistent gender wage gaps and limited access to childcare support. For many single mothers, economic vulnerability becomes a defining feature of their reality. Single fathers, though less common, face unique challenges of their own. They may encounter societal expectations that question their nurturing capacity or emotional sensitivity. Some studies suggest that single fathers may receive less community support, yet they often experience fewer stigmas around independence. Their challenges, though less visible, are equally complex, particularly in balancing work and parenting, and in fostering open emotional communication with their children. Despite these challenges, many single-parent families thrive. Research and lived experiences alike reveal that single parents often develop remarkable resilience, adaptability, and emotional strength. They tend to cultivate close, trusting relationships with their children and teach values of independence, empathy, and perseverance. Children from single-parent homes frequently display maturity beyond their years, taking on greater responsibility and learning early lessons about cooperation and resourcefulness. In some cases, single parenthood by choice, especially among educated, financially stable individuals, can represent empowerment and autonomy rather than adversity. Understanding the realities of single parenthood also means acknowledging society's role in shaping them. Governments and communities have the power to reduce many of the hardships single parents face through supportive policies and programs. Financial assistance, childcare subsidies, flexible work schedules, and community-based parenting support can make a profound difference. Educational institutions can also play a part by creating environments that support children from single-parent families, offering counseling, mentorship, and after-school programs that provide stability and guidance. Furthermore, mental health services for single parents can alleviate stress and help them manage emotional well-being effectively. Ultimately, single parenthood is not merely a story of limitation, it is also a story of resilience. When supported by understanding communities and fair social policies, single parents and their children can flourish just as fully as any other family structure. Recognizing and discussing these realities openly is the first step toward building societies that value all forms of family life.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Now that we've heard the background report on the realities faced by single parents, it's time to hear from someone who can shed further light on this important topic. Now, joining us today is Mr. Onyekachuku Asadu. He's the Executive Director, Building Boys Academy. Welcome to the program. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Uche. It's a pleasure being here. My first time on Signature TV.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, first of all, let's talk about what single parenthood is, looking at our society today and also the environment that we find ourselves in. So what does that mean to be a single parent?
Okay, single parenting, is about we all know who a parent is. One male or female adult, having to shoulder the responsibility of raising children. I deliberately said adult because, of course, a minor or cannot be saddled with that responsibility. So when a male, or female adult, due to circumstances, different circumstances, has to shoulder the responsibility of the burden of raising children on their own, that is single parenting.
So what would you say are some of the common reasons that parents become, we find families having single parent households?
Okay, there are different, there are many reasons. One could be, the most natural one could be the death of a husband or wife, in this case, where maybe the head of the family dies. It could also be where there is a separation in a marital union, and then one parent has to take custody of raising the children. There could also be maybe separation because of the justice system. Maybe a father or a mother committed a crime or is found culpable in a crime and is sentenced to jail for a long period of time. You could also factor that on that because at that point, due to solitary confinement, the other parents cannot be involved in raising the children. We also have, I think I've mentioned cases of divorce. Then we also have cases where maybe because of juvenile tendencies, a young girl gets pregnant and the young man denies the pregnancy or feels that he doesn't want to be responsible for that pregnancy, and then this young lady is shouldered with the responsibility. Then in very recent times I've also seen a few men who just stumbled on an orphan, found a baby somewhere, hidden somewhere, and picks that baby up and says, I'm going to take care of the welfare of this child. You can also tell that him as a single parent. So these are the circumstances under which single parenting, or the things that can actually lead to one becoming a single parent.
Now we find that there seems to be this perception of single parents in our society. So what are some of those perceptions? Because women have peculiar ones and men have peculiar ones.
Yes.
So can you just shed light on that?
Okay, so what do you mean by perception? Is it how people see?
Yeah, how people see them, how people perceive them, how people look at them and all of that.
Well, I think those who take the larger portion of perception on negative side are the women, because usually women are seen to be the ones who are nurturers of the children, so it's very rare to find a woman abandon her children, so people always look at single mothers as the first idea when someone says I'm a single mother is, okay, maybe you had an affair with someone and then you got pregnant, that means you are irresponsible, right? Which for me is very, very wrong. Other perceptions are also where maybe like in my own case, I remember my mom, when my father died when I was 12, and my mother had to face the option. Some of my uncles came with the idea of, since it will be difficult for you to raise these kids alone, why don't you leave them with us? My mother said no, and then they started pushing all kinds of narratives that she's been that she doesn't want to take care of. She doesn't want, that who knows whether she'll be able to take care of the children, and all of that. That's also another kind of perception where a woman doesn't want to let go of her children to relatives. And of course, in the case of a young lady who gets pregnant, maybe she's in school, and sometimes there's this perception. I've had a few people I know who got pregnant either when we were in school or got pregnant at a very young age, it wasn't expected, and then sometimes when men come to them for marriage and they say, I have a son, I have a daughter, I have children, there's this, there's this shock, like, why would you, so then that's for the ladies. Then for the men, it's not very common. Men are seen to bear a lot of burdens. There are many single fathers, like I said, who don't like showing it, so there's this there's more like they are seen as weak. If a man is known to have custody of his children, as by virtue of being a single parent, they are seen as being weak. They are seen as men who cannot because as if a man stays more with the children, he's seen as someone that doesn't have a say. Meanwhile, you don't know the story behind what happened. And like I said, these things are very rare, and because men who are single parents don't want to be seen like that, they kind of want to shield themselves from the public in that regard. So the burden is borne more by the women, than the men in this regard.
Now, Mr. Asadu, you were talking about the peculiar or the way people perceive both male single parents and female single parents. But what about their struggles? What are those things that they have to deal with on a daily basis? What are the realities of being a single parent?
Okay, in my work with a lot of parents, let me just break it down, male and female, right? So they have some similarities, but when it comes to the females, like I said, you have stigma. Okay, this lady is a woman, and people that don't know her well, tend to cast certain aspersions on her without knowing her enough to know what exactly she's going through. So you have financial challenges, economic challenges, particularly if she's not properly educated or doesn't have and because she has the burden of these children, if she wants to grow her career, depending on the industry she is in, it may be difficult or challenging. She doesn't have a support system. I've seen women who, despite their being single mothers of 3, 4, 5 children, are still able to break the ceiling because they had support system. So you can also see a lack of a support system, maybe an understanding family members, friends who are willing to support her with babysitting, with creating a safe space for the children, so that she can also face her work. We also have the being should I use the word ostracized, isolated from joining certain groups. So we have let's say some churches. So if a woman comes and says, I am a single mother, she's not married to a man, some female groups in the church will say, no, you can't be a member because we don't know, there's no evidence that you are married to this man. So if the man is not, if she was not a widow, any other thing can be seen as, okay, she's she doesn't represent what we stand for. So that way you're isolating the woman, so there's this stigma, against her, even in religious circles, which for me shouldn't be so. If a woman can present herself to a house of faith and say, you know what, I want to give myself in serving God here, but look at where I'm coming from, I think that the church should be able to look at it critically and say, no matter what you are, we still think that you can still bring so, because nobody knows. She can even be a resource person in the event that the woman loses her husband in that group. She can play a role as a resource person, right? We also have I think I've mentioned that social expectations in terms of how society treats the woman, how they perceive her, how they treat even the children themselves. What is the attitude to children who, when the mom comes and says, I'm a single parent at school, how do teachers treat? Do they support them, or do they make comments that can actually affect the mindset of the children? Then for the males aspect, one of the challenges is when it comes to custody and access. So sometimes it's seen as almost a taboo. If a man says, I live alone with my children, or I'm a single parent, because of the cultural things associated with it. And then we also have, the judicial system. If maybe in a case where because sometimes judges can be very connected to their cases personally. So if a judge is biased, maybe there's someone else who wants to take custody of the children from the man, and in this case the judge doesn't feel comfortable with the man without looking at the facts, it can affect the man as well negatively. We also have emotional challenges, because it's not really easy raising children, particularly when they are coming up, you know. Then of course you have the financial challenges too, because the man now has to think. And then in this part of the world where women are seen as helpers in terms of keeping the home, you know, and you have little children, it can be very difficult for a man who is not used to keeping a home to handle that. So imagine a man who, you know, he's been the one moving up and down, providing, and then the wife dies, or the wife says I don't want to marry again, or runs away, and then leaves the kids with the man. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be very difficult for him if he doesn't have a support system, you know. So for me, these are the major things that happen when it comes to the challenges that single parents face. And then the children too, if the kids are not adults and they don't understand what happened, you know, sometimes some children actually go, you know, become mentally ill because one parent is not there. So imagine the burden on the parent that decided to stay back. Sometimes the children get bullied at school, you know. For the period my dad wasn't around, because before my father died, my parents were separated. So for the period that they were not around, I was bullied, and it affected my self-esteem. If any people that know me 15, 20 years ago, if they see me on TV, they are always shocked, because this wasn't who I was. I had so much low self-esteem. I used to have fear. You know, I used to be so scared. So imagine a boy who has prepared for an examination, is smart, and even after writing the exam, still feels that he didn't do well, you know, before seeing the results, you know. So it can also affect the children in terms of academic performance, in terms of being bullied, in terms of making friends. He can be ostracized from certain friends just because his parents are single parents. So these are some of the challenges that we see.
That's quite a lot. Yeah. Now we've unpacked how men and women, you know, the challenges they face differently.
Yes. Yeah.
And you've also made mention of some of the challenges children generally face. But would you say that there are peculiarities in the challenges faced by boys and girls?
Okay. That's children in those settings.
Children from single parent homes, but boys are their own challenges peculiarly different from what girls face, or would you say it's the same generally?
Okay, I mean, just like boys and girls are different, their needs are different. Okay, so as it comes with different stages of development. So if the children, for example, are infants, you know, or let me say they are toddlers and, you know, pre-adolescents, the major thing they will face, particularly when they've been exposed to school and church, is being bullied, whether they are boys or girls. You know, being bullied by friends. Okay, your daddy is not here, your mom is not here, you know, where is your daddy? You know, just taunting the child for no reason. It can also lead to, you know, depression. People don't know that children get depressed, but it is true. Children also get, we've seen children who I've had boys who are suicidal. You know, boys who are not yet teenagers, but they are suicidal partly because their father was not even there. Not because their parents are single parents, but because the father is not even available. Either he's always traveling for work and doesn't make out time to be present in the son's life. So you know, try to push it to when that boy does not have a present father in his life. He will be bullied by people. He will be, you know, there will be this selection. You know, this way of what you don't belong to our group because your dad is not there. And again, in terms of development, now this is across both boys and girls. So if you look at the boys' side, where the boy doesn't have a dad, or the girl doesn't have a mom, when it comes to things like puberty, for example, the boy will struggle. If he doesn't have a mentor in his life, he will struggle with someone that will help him navigate that time, because it can be very crazy for them, you know. And then for the girls too, having to go through puberty, menstruation, understanding how a woman's cycle works and everything. If her mother is not there to, you know, hold her by the hand, it can become a problem, you know. In terms of provision, you know, material provision, maybe a child has been used to, I've had one or two friends whose parents were well to do and then they just died, and it affected them at school. It affected all of a sudden they lost their friends, just because their parents died, So there are differences, quite all right, but it depends on the stage of development as they grow older, So that's my take on that.
Now, would you say that as a people, as Nigerians, since we are Nigerians and these are environments, do you say that we do much when it comes to giving proper support systems to single parents and also children from single parent homes?
Okay, well, to be honest, in this part of the world, we have very wonderful laws, but we don't practice them. So for me, in this part of the world, the most powerful support systems I've seen are family support systems or friends. I've not seen a case where government, comes in. For example, we have a Ministry of Children Affairs in ENUGU, Children, Gender and Social Development. So even though it's not tagged family, by reason of the kind of work they are supposed to be doing, they are supposed to be the ones connecting to families. For example, I was talking to a friend of mine in Ireland who has twin girls, and one of the girls has a mental, like she's not, I think she's autistic, I can't remember anymore. But she told me that even after giving birth and they were able to diagnose the twin that is struggling mentally, she goes for clinics where they train them on how to take care of the children. They provide services, they provide play, they provide a lot of support. So, see what the environment can do. So, we have policies in place, quite all right. But in terms of strong support, which is why we're Africans proudly too, the family has always played all the families I know where they are single parents, it's only been the family. I have a very particular case of a man, he's a professor, and he has about 2 boys. I was fortunate to mentor one of the boys who just finished his school certificate examinations. And in this case now, the man, because of his job, gets to travel a lot. Now the boy is a teenager, he can take care of himself quite all right. But I've noticed that when the man is not around, some family members come in. His sisters who are married, sometimes he sends the boy to spend time with the families of the sisters who are, well married, so that he can have an idea of what a family is all about. He can appreciate family, because one of the things that come out from a child who has been raised by a single parent and has those challenges is that sometimes they resent marriage, they resent real love, they resent having a stable, healthy relationship. It becomes a problem. Some even become toxic. So if they don't undergo healing as a result of the loss of a parent, whether by death or by separation, if they don't undergo therapy, if they don't even, I dare say, undergo experiences in faith, even the Christian faith, which provides services that can restore hope and restore, healing, it be a very big problem for that child. Yes. So for me, the truth is that we have practical laws in place, but when it comes to implementation, is a problem. However, in Africa, in Nigeria, in Eastern Nigeria, across all the families I've seen, the single parents or single parent families I've noticed, we are backed up by family and friends. Yeah.
Right. Now, you've mentioned a case of a man that has family support, but I'd also like you to share any experience that you've had when you've related with a single parent, and what peculiarities about their situation struck you the most. That would be nice to share.
Okay. One thing that being a single parent does to you is that it makes you resilient, because you are now wearing 2 hats. It's no longer about okay, the case of the man now. I'm the man and there's a woman. No, now you are wearing 2 hats. So you are thinking as a man, you are thinking as a woman. So it makes you peculiar. It makes you think on your feet, because you know that you can't be hanging around with for example, a single man who is married and has adolescent children can't be hanging out with his friends in the bar. He can't do that. He can't. It's a risk he can't afford to take. And he will be a bad father even if he has friends or family that will help him. He will be a bad father not to get involved. So it's more like you are doing the job of 2 people. You are taking up their responsibilities and their roles. And that peculiarity is that, I mentioned resilience now, is that you have to be able to overcome the stigma. You have to be able to tell yourself, no matter what people say about me, so your self-esteem matters a lot. So every single parent I've worked with, they have a very high level of self-esteem. I've noticed it. Very
Really?
high. Yes, the ones I've worked with now.
Okay.
Now, it doesn't mean that they did not have, they didn't come from a bad place. Some did, but over time, they just developed it. There are some who still stay stuck. But like I said, when they have a good support system, it's easy for them. So I've met some single parents who, I didn't know they were single parents until I got close to them. You would never see it. They never showed, they never talked about it. You know, unless maybe you ask questions or you just got to know, or maybe your child just tells you, you know, my dad died several years ago, or you know, my mom walked out on us. You know, so it comes as a surprise to you, but for them, it's really nothing. You know, what other peculiarity? People always think that single parents don't have time for relationships. That's not true. They do, but the problem is that, you know, sometimes because of the stigma, they tend to just lock up. But many of them are, you know, are willing, because they know that when it comes to the family, the way it has been designed by nature, it should be the man, the woman, and the children. You know, so what they are looking for is someone, a partner that will understand their situation, a partner that will provide support, a partner that will be able to say, you know what, let me help you take some of the burden. You know, and a partner that will be invested in the children, because the children have to struggle with getting used to someone else who is in love with their parents and who is taking the place of the parent that has left. You know, so these are some of the peculiarities that come with you know, with being a single parent. Yeah.
Right. Now, from you mentioned, you know, about introducing a new person in the place of maybe a new husband or a new wife, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Now, that leads me to ask about the relationship between single parents and their children, because while the parents are battling with their own issues, the children are also battling with their own issues. So how would you say that this affects the relationship between the parents and the children?
Okay, I mean, it affects them in many ways. But you know, like I said, one thing I've noticed is that it goes with the growth of the children. You know, so if a woman had if a parent lost the spouse, for example, and the kids are very small, you know, it affects the children in terms of not getting used to seeing their father or their mother. And sometimes some kids can go out of hand. Some can even start blaming the parents, you know, because they don't know what they are doing. They don't even know what they are saying. They are still very young. They are saying that, so they don't understand, you know. So that way the kids are affected. Another way it affects them is that they find themselves getting, you know, having to get closer to that single parent. You know, they now build their world around that parent. I have a boy. He just got admission to the university. I know the history of the family, and you notice that the boy is very close to the mom. Like, you know, like if the dad was there, he wouldn't be close to the mom. But now he's more, you know, any little thing he talks about the mom. Everything is the mom. My mom this, my mom that. So how does it affect them? As they grow older, when it comes to making choices with the opposite sex in terms of relationships, it becomes a problem, because they find it difficult to detach themselves. A lot of young men I know who had single moms as parents, either as widows or by separation or by unwanted pregnancy, they are very attached to their mothers, very attached, and so they find it difficult to detach themselves. And this is also where the parent has a role to play. As the boy is getting older, or the girl, you need to find a way to teach that child independence. That, look, I'm not the only person here. There are other people that you're going to meet in your life. A time will come when you will build your own life, your own family. You can. I know a young man who is 35. He's still living with the mom. He's working, and he's very attached to the mom. Like, they are so close. You know, he does everything. And one day I said, look, you're gonna, and he has not been able to do well in relationships. He's a cool guy. He's a nice person, but he just can't commit because he's so attached to the mom. And no reasonable girl, you know, who wants to build something with her man would just, you know, no matter how good she is, how selfless, you know, would want this guy to any little thing. He wants to make a decision, he has to call the mother for everything.
Is she a single parent?
The mom is a single parent.
Okay.
She's in her 60s now. You understand? They live here in ENUGU. So that's the flip side. You know, and that thing is that the parents, if the single parent has been so good, you know, the child or the children get used to comparing their parents with other people. So a young girl, I've had a friend who told me that, you know, she wasn't going to get married until she meets a man that is exactly like her dad. Her father was there right from the very beginning. He didn't leave them. And I give him all the credit, right? But the truth is that he failed to prepare them to see that, look, a time will come when you're going to have to start life with someone else, you know. So you imagine the lady telling you that she can't marry. She's working, she's a professional, pretty, everything, but she can't settle down. Men are coming right, left, right, and center, but she just can't settle down with one just because they don't fit the, you know, they don't fit into what her father is or who her father is. So it's a psychological problem. Truly, it is.
And a lot of people go through this.
Go through it without even saying it. You understand? So it also affects, you know, even the mental health of children in a way. You know, because you see a child, if the single parent has not been a very good single parent, you see them. So imagine a single parent who doesn't know how to raise their children right. You know, you see this child looking for comfort elsewhere because my mom is not, either they're not feeding them well, or they're not taking care of them, or they are not they don't provide them with love, and then they keep blaming the father that ran away or the father that died. Meanwhile, this person has run away. You are there in the picture. What are you doing to, you know, give this child a safe space where they can thrive and grow? If many parents, single parents around you have been able to find a way out, then what are you doing? You know, so I think I'll just stop here for now.
I mean, there are a lot of things that I really wanted to expand more.
Yeah,
but, yeah, but let's just go to, there is this idea that children from single parent homes are disadvantaged.
Okay.
Why
that's
is
stigma.
that? No, yeah.
That's the stigma. I faced it when I was in primary school. I had this classmate. He's a popular actor. I won't mention his name. But he used to, in fact, the father was the one that came to my rescue. The dad used to take us, you know, because of he knew about my mom, my family, and he would insist on taking me to school and bringing me back. And somehow, I don't know, you know, boys, you know, the boys just felt, I don't know, for no reason, they just started taunting me, bullying, you know. But the man will always call me, a medical doctor. He will come and say, look, don't let these things affect you. The fact that your father is not here doesn't mean that you're not meant to be someone great, or you're not meant to be a dad. He said, one day you're going to be a dad. And if you don't learn to toughen up and you don't learn to be responsible, then what will you tell your children? You know, and those words really helped me, you know, and it helped me to kind of build a shell, you know, around all those things I passed through. You know, so when it comes to things like that, it becomes, for the child, it becomes an avenue to either make up his mind to say, you know what, I'm going to go through this without letting people decide for me. Because the truth is that being a single parent, really, you are a human being, right? And life can happen to anybody. You know, anybody would have had to pass through that challenge, okay? So being a single parent should not necessarily make you lose sight of the fact that God has blessed you with children. Okay, it is now for you to find an opportunity where, how can I help these children? And for example, my mom, when I was a teenager and I was growing up, I was very fortunate to be attached to. I just admired seeing families, you know, men in church. Then you see a man, wife, and children. So I started looking for those men who are very responsible, and I have a very charismatic personality. You know, I know how to relate to people. So imagine a young boy of 10 looking for a 40-year-old man, asking him hard questions and just warming his way into the family. And the man is coming with this brand, tell the wife, I just made this new friend in church. So you know him, right? Okay, please, I would like him to spend time with us. And that's how I got to learn how to be a man.
Right. Now that leads me to ask one final question before we end this conversation.
Okay.
How can young people better be prepared for the realities of parenting? Whether single, because you just said life can happen to anyone.
Anybody, yeah.
Yeah, so how can young people better be prepared to face the realities of parenting, either as a single parent or as a partner parent? Yes. Okay. And what would you say to any single parent that is watching now? Okay, this is 2 in 1 question. So let me start with the young people. You know, as a young person, it doesn't matter what you've gone through or what you see in your family right now. If your parents are single parents, first of all, appreciate them for
providing a space for you to thrive and grow. What has happened. They might have made their mistakes in the case of separation or whatever, but you don't have to put the blame on them. If you're a young person, don't wait till you get married before you start preparing for parenting. There are thousands of free opportunities online, to learn about parenting. If you're a young man who wants to be a good father, there are books on parenting. There are materials on being a good parent, being a good dad. There are videos, there are free conferences you can get online. All you need is your data, where you can learn how to be a better parent. When you find someone that you want to start a relationship with, I always recommend that you spend time talking about parenting, because there you get to find out what that person thinks about being family. Many young people have a thwarted idea of what family is all about. So it's not about sitting down to take the person to a fine place to eat. Have you sat down to examine what is the person's mindset about family? What is the person's mindset about finance? What is the person's mindset about school? What is the person's mindset about keeping children in a safe space, or just leaving children to people that you don't know to take care of? This is a very, very critical, in parenting. And you must also be mature enough. Being a parent requires maturity. It also requires multitasking. It also requires being prepared for any emergency. At any point in time, you can just be going home now thinking that everything is well, and then your son comes with a bump on his head, and you just have to take him to the hospital. So being a parent requires sacrifice. I always say, if you know that you don't want to make sacrifices, please don't marry, don't be a parent. If you want to do it the right way, don't marry, don't be a parent, because anything can happen. And for the single parents who are watching, my advice would be very simple. Love yourself. That's the first thing I want to say. Don't keep dwelling on what has happened. If you've done your best, let's say the person is still alive, you've done your best to reach out to get them to take responsibility, by all means, and they don't want to do anything about it, leave them alone. Do your part, work hard, look for friends and family and a strong support system who can give you all the support that you need to keep your children while you also push, because you need to build yourself, so you can be able to take care of your children, provide for them. Look for resources. There are programs that are done online and even fiscally for single parents. I don't think we have anything for single dads, but I know there are programs for single men. If you're a single dad and you are struggling, reach out. Look for people in your church, in your community, who can provide necessary support. There's a mistake some single dads make. When a wife dies, or when the one leaves and doesn't want to come back, or something else happens to that person, the next thing people are telling him is go and marry. That's wrong, because the choice of getting married after the first person has left is a dicey one. It can affect the children. It can affect how everything works. So work on yourself. Work on your self-esteem. Spend time with your children. Build that bond. Don't outsource your role. And I'm saying this to single dads now, because single dads have that problem more. Don't make the mistake of outsourcing your role as a single father to people to take care of your children. Use the opportunity, every opportunity you can, to spend time with them. And then look for responsible men who can counsel you, who can provide support, so that you can take hold of your authentic manhood, and at the same time be able to get all the love you can, because a time will come when those children will grow up and they will leave, and it's the memories you leave them with that will make them remember you or not. So that's my take on that.
That's a very lovely advice. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for joining us, Mr. Onyekachukwu Asado.
Thank you. Always a
pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
And we'll go on a very short break. Gender Perspectives continues right after now.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome back. As we continue our conversation, it's important to address some of the common misconceptions surrounding single parenthood. There are many myths out there that can unfairly shape public opinion and add to the challenges single parents face. We'll take a moment to explore some of the most persistent myths about single parenthood and the truth that can help us better understand and support these families.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
As we've seen today, the realities of single parenthood are complex. They are shaped by economic pressures, emotional strength, and evolving family structures. Yet, through it all, one truth stands firm, which is families come in different forms, and each deserves respect and support. Now, as a society, it's up to all of us to replace judgments with understanding and to build systems that support and not stigmatize those raising children alone. Well, that brings us to the end of today's edition of Gender Perspectives. A very big thank you to our guests for sharing their insights and to you for joining the conversation. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thank you for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
President Bola Tinubu has continued to engage with critical stakeholders, especially during the Ramadan and Lenten season, especially those he considered central to Nigeria's democratic and developmental processes. It was therefore the turn of leaders of the Newspapers Proprietors Association of Nigeria, the Nigerian Guild of Editors, and the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, who joined the president in the interfaith breaking of the Ramadan and Lenten fast at the State House, Abuja. President Tinubu used the occasion to charge the media industry to help deepen the country's federal system by shifting greater attention to the activities of states and local governments, insisting that development must be driven at all tiers of governments. He told the media executives and editors that the recent reforms that guarantee direct funding for local governments have created a new opportunity for grassroots development, noting that the press must play a critical role in ensuring accountability at all levels. He added that state governments are also benefiting from improved fiscal space and must be scrutinized accordingly, as governance and national progress require collective responsibility among leaders, institutions, and citizens, describing the media as an indispensable partner in nation building.
Leadership comes with responsibility of taking decision at the time it has to be done. Otherwise, it's a failure. At the time we have to confront the subsidy, Nigeria was teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. But having asked for the job and getting it, I can look back other than make corrections as I move along. Save the nation, bring it back from the brinks. Today, I can stand proudly before you that we are back from that brinks. Can you imagine a nation that is owning the airline for reimbursement of their tickets and galloping exchange rates, galloping inflation? Yes, I accept the asset and liability of my predecessor because I asked for the job and it was given to me, right? So I have to do it. But if anybody tells you it's easy, it's a lie. You people are.
Earlier, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said the Tinubu administration recognizes the critical role of the media in sustaining democracy and national development. He disclosed that the federal government has already begun engagement with major technology companies such as Meta and Google over their impact on Nigeria's media industry and assured that the administration remains firmly committed to press freedom.
All the time, because it is easier for them to meet me. You say, go and tell the president about this and that. The president has not, go and talk this one. Today they have an opportunity and they have said what they want to say. And let me use this opportunity to tell the MPO that indeed the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation and all the regulatory agencies, relevant regulatory agencies, are already engaging with the big techs, Meta and Google. They are all in our offices and we have held meetings. We are already anticipating this and we are working on that. I believe that the president will not allow anybody to come here and just rip from our economy and go away. He will continue to do that. But let me also say that each time I go to see Mr. President to brief him or to receive receive directives from him, what he tells me is, how are your people? What are they saying? How are they doing? And I keep telling them, the message that you have for them. Your Excellency, thank you for what you do for the media. Thank you for the kind of support that you have given me to drive this sector. And thank you for the kind of encouragement that you are giving everyone. You see, in 2023, when you took, in May 2023, when you took office, Nigeria was on the so-called gray list, meaning that it was difficult for people to do business in this country.
Speaking on behalf of Nigerian media industry, the co-founder and publisher of Business Day, Frank Aibogun, thanked the president for hosting the gathering and for his support for a vibrant and economically sustainable media. Aibogun said the media industry came to the meeting as partners in national development and raised concerns about rising operational costs and the existential threat posed by global technology platforms.
But as partners in the project of national development, and as an industry that remains indispensable to Nigeria's democracy, there are three issues in particular that we would like to raise very, very quickly. The first relates to the matter of, in fact, all of them relate to the matter of the survival of the media, but I'll be starting with the first one, which is around tariff and other costs inflicted upon us. We consider ourselves as sources for education and enlightenment in society. Import duty under government's tariff schedule, specified in the ECOWAS Common External Tariff CET, as adopted by the Nigerian government and listed under the Nigerian Customs duty exemption list schedule. I will leave all that. Please, sir, very, very quickly. Is simply to passionately and to ask for your gracious intervention in ensuring that these tariffs, whether they relate to import duty.
The publisher told the president that the big technology companies and artificial intelligence platforms are increasingly undermining the business models of traditional media organizations.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, hello and welcome to Inside Health on Signature TV, your health show where complex health issues are broken down into bite-sized information that will help you take care and take charge of your health and well-being. Well, today we have a very deeply personal, in my view, and very relevant topic: infertility. The costs of infertility in Nigeria's growing fertility industry. And by statistics, going by statistics, it will interest you to note that 1 in 4 couples will experience some level of infertility at some point, which means that 20 to 25% of couples do experience infertility. Well, we want you to stick around because there is more. We're not just talking about the financial costs of infertility, we're also talking about the emotional and the or rather the socio-economic impact also of infertility. Our guest is in the studio and I'll introduce him just in a bit. My name is Chige Chiagorom, and we want you to go on over to our social media platforms on YouTube, on Facebook, our Signature TV official. Go like, comment, share. We want to hear from you. Not forgetting that we're airing also on SLTV channel 265. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is still Inside Health on Signature Television, and we are discussing the costs of infertility in Nigeria's growing fertility industry. And our guest is an expert. He's a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. He's a fertility specialist, and he's also a minimal access surgeon. He's Dr. Innocent Anayochukwu Ugu. Welcome, Doctor, and thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely.
And good evening, viewers.
I think the pleasure is actually ours, but all right. I see you're a minimal, well, other designations I understand, but a minimal access surgeon. Who is a minimal access surgeon?
Well,
and what does he do?
No, minimal access surgery on itself is a procedure, a type of surgery where you use a minimal incision, just little or no incision to do some surgeries. So those people who do that are called the minimal access surgeons.
Okay.
But
okay. So
it works. All the aspect of minimal access surgery also works in tandem with fertility investigations.
OBGYN.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Now, infertility is a growing issue, and it's growing even after, as time goes on. You did hear my introduction where I said, I got that, by the way, from statistics online, that 20 to 25% of couples do experience infertility issues at some point in time. Now, if that is correct, we'll get to that, but I need you to, in very simple terms, explain what infertility is? Because sometimes the layman thinks he knows exactly what infertility is, but I need you as a specialist to just define it. Let Mama Nkechi, that's the market woman in the market, have an understanding of infertility.
Okay, thank you for that. Infertility is inability of a couple to achieve conception or become pregnant after regular unprotected sexual intercourse for a period of about 1 year. So in other words, if they have lived together, practiced regular intercourse, and they are unable to achieve conception for up to 1 year, we can say that they have infertility.
Infertility.
Yes.
All right. So if it's less than 1 year, it is not.
Strictly speaking, we say 1 year, but there are conditions that a couple may have that we may not want to wait for that 1 full year. But strictly speaking, by definition, it's 1 year.
Okay. There's another medical word that is coming to my mind now, which is sterility.
Okay.
Is infertility sterility? What is the difference?
In case of infertility, you talk about the male and the female or couple together. Sterility can be individually. A man can be sterile. Well, sterility could be a cause of infertility. But strictly speaking, you can't say both are the same.
Okay. Now, what are some of the causes? What are some of the causes and, of course, predisposing factors? Because I do realize that there are primary, causes,
yes,
and then there are secondary causes.
No, let me even put it. Infertility is also further divided into primary infertility and secondary infertility. In primary infertility, both couples have not been pregnant before. Or let me say the woman has not been pregnant before.
She has never taken
in at all. That is primary infertility. In secondary infertility, she may have taken in before, whether she achieved a live baby or not, but she has taken it before. But subsequently, is now finding it very difficult to become pregnant again. That is secondary infertility. There's also what we call unexplained infertility, which could be the primary and the secondary can also be classified into unexplained infertility. And what that one means is that we have totally investigated this woman and the husband who could not find out the cause of that infertility. We call it unexplained infertility.
Okay, so what are some of the causes? What are some of the things that can cause infertility?
Okay. Infertility can be caused by a problem coming from either the woman or the man, or both of them put together. But if I may start with the woman, a lot of causes. And it's those causes that we target when we're investigating them, when we're looking at what is responsible for this infertility. It could be what we call ovarian factor, problem with the ovaries, which may affect ovulation. It could also be due to a uterine factor. It could also be due to a cervical factor.
I'm sorry to cut you short, doctor.
Okay.
Some people listening to you might not know what ovarian
Okay.
or uterine is. Could you just use the the regular English words for these parts of the body?
Okay. I will try.
Okay. I know it's not easy.
Yes, to make it simple.
Yes.
Well, like I said, infertility could be caused by problems from the man or from the woman, or both of them. And if I start from the woman, it can be problem coming from the ovary of that woman. It can also be problem coming from the womb of the woman. It could also be problem coming from the mouth of the womb of that woman. So let's talk about the ovary. It can also be hormonal problem, as the case may be. So let's talk about the womb of the woman. A woman may have a congenital abnormality affecting the womb. Problems she came out of the world with that may make her womb incapable of, carrying baby. It could be a cause. Sometimes things like fibroid, which we know,
yes,
that occurs in the womb. You may just operate fibroid and the complications of that surgery may cause infertility. Again, the location of the fibroid in that womb too if it stays in a place where the sperm passes through the womb to the tubes, it can also obstruct the sperm from getting into the tubes and then to go and fertilize the ovary. It may also cause that. The womb factor too, the uterine factor. Some people when they have miscarriage or have what they call a criminal abortion, it may also affect the lining of the womb and may make it close. So these are also things in the womb that may cause that. There are other things that may cause infertility, especially in our environment. Infections generally. And that infection could come from sexually transmitted infections. It could also come from infections coming from a woman who delivered in a place that is not clean. It can also come from infection got from treatment of a woman who had miscarriage and was not treated in a hygienic and clean place. So infections could come into the body through that. And that infection may also damage the womb or damage the tubes of that woman. And these things can result to infertility. There are other causes of infertility. Hormonal problems with what we call, I don't know how to explain this one, but the hypothalamo-pituitary gonadal axis, when there are abnormalities there, it may also cause
part
infertility.
of the brain, right?
Yes, part of the brain that connects the reproductive organ. There might be some hormonal abnormalities there that may also lead to infertility. The other conditions, what we call polycystic ovarian syndrome,
PCOS.
can cause that PCOS or endometriosis. You know, this leads to some hormonal changes that may not allow a woman to ovulate very well. Other causes of infertility include age. It's known that as a woman advances.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
We'll get to that. I guess they're under something like predisposing factors to infertility. Because I don't want us to lose track of what we're talking about. Don't forget, we need to talk about the males. What causes infertility?
Of course.
Go on with the males.
In males are abnormalities with the sperm. It's that sperm that is the seed that is needed from the male for conception to occur. But for one reason or the other, some may not have it. There are congenital anomalies that can cause that. What we call Klinefelter syndrome, what we call Kalman syndrome. Those things they are congenital conditions.
The man
that
was
may,
born with
yes, born with it, that may make you not to be able. There are also some infective causes in men, same sexually transmitted diseases that may affect where the sperm is being produced or where it is coming out from. It can also cause infertility. And a whole lot of other things in men.
Do men experience hormonal issues as women?
Yes, they experience hormonal issues too, like hyperprolactinemia. When they have excess prolactin in them, it can also cause infertility. They also experience hormonal issues. In fact, problems with the same hypothalamo-pituitary gonadal axis in men can also cause that infertility. But notably in our environment is that infective origin, infections, like sexually transmitted illnesses, and the whole lot of them.
All right, let's talk about lifestyle issues that can predispose either a man or a woman to infertility. Can you talk about, I know you did mention age for women. Are there other lifestyle, activities that can affect
yes, there are
fertility?
There are lifestyle activities that can do that. People who are chronic alcoholics or chronic smokers, these are lifestyle that can actually affect fertility both in man and woman. Drug users too,
Hard drugs.
Drug users, yes. Chronic alcoholics, chronic cigarette smokers. These are lifestyles that can actually affect fertility. Obesity, we become obese also from
a certain age.
Yes, the way we eat, binge eating, and development of obesity also affect, may also lead to infertility. Obesity may also be linked to other chronic medical illnesses like diabetes mellitus. I didn't remember to tell you those ones. There are other chronic medical illnesses that may predispose one to infertility, like diabetes, which is also linked to obesity we are talking about. Thyroid disorders can also predispose one.
Thyroid disorders, could it be
we have
just for women?
For both men and women, but more pronounced in women. Thyroid disorders, diabetes mellitus, and other chronic medical illnesses may also predispose one to infertility. And that's why when we're managing them, if you have those conditions already, we may want to take care of that before we go to infertility management proper.
All right. Yes. Now, does age affect both genders when it comes to fertility? I know that, of course, for women it's pronounced, but is it the same thing with men? As men age, do they still produce quality, sperm cells?
Age, like you said, affects ability to reproduce, not only in human beings, but in other lower animals. But for women, human beings, by the time you get to 35, ability to become pregnant begins to dip. And as age advances, of course, it dips more, to the extent that by the time you're getting to 47, and period your menstrual period may begin to cease and things like that. So really, age affects fertility more pronounced in women. In men also, age do affect fertility, but not as pronounced as in women. You know that as we age, other chronic medical illnesses may begin to creep in. Hypertension, diabetes mellitus, and other diseases that may even affect the man's ability to have sexual intercourse, or that the drugs you are using to treat those medical conditions may also have effect on sperm production. So as you advance in your age, and those medical conditions are beginning to come in, apart from age on its own, it may also affect your ability to reproduce. So it does in men, but not as pronounced as in women.
Right. Now, you're the medical director of a fertility clinic here in ENUGU. Would you say that, given your experience, that people are getting more infertile than they used to? Would you say that is a thing now? It's something that you notice, not really by research, but something you've noticed in practice? More people, young, middle-aged, whatever, they are getting more infertile, as the years go by. What would you attribute it to?
Yes, I can say so, because based on my practice, it really worries me when you see very young people that you expect, got married to become pregnant immediately, and they still come with this problem of infertility. Yes, more people, are getting infertile, I'll put it that way. Because, worldwide, say about over 73 million couples suffer this infertility. And even in our own environment, up to 20 to 45% of a couple have this infertility. And what
young people?
Well, across the different different ages. And well, what I can attribute to that, especially in our environment, is infective causes. When women deliver in an unhygienic environment, or due to the increased incidence of pelvic inflammatory diseases in our women, again, more people are becoming aware that there are other things which they don't know before that can be done to solve their infertility problems. So either because of the availability of these assisted reproductive techniques, or a combination of that availability and the presence of this infection, or increase in the incidence of pelvic inflammatory diseases, or two of them combined together. I think that's part of the reason why they are coming more from what I noticed. In other words, what I mean is that before something like IVF came into being in this country, those who have attended clinics and their infertility problems seem to not to be solved except through IVF.
Yeah.
Before now, they don't know that those things exist, but now they know. So more of them are coming. So apart from that, infection is also another increase in the incidence of infection, or prevalence of infective conditions, and making them to come more.
Now, this might look like a conspiracy theory, but there's a school of thought that's saying that there's a global plan to reduce the population of people in Africa. Do you think we should beam our lights? I mean, the scientific community should beam her lights on certain pharmaceutical products that are coming into this country? Because how can you explain that a young, vibrant male, female got married, no prior history of infertility, no infection, yet they can't conceive? What are your thoughts?
I hear those theories.
Yes.
And to be honest, it worries me.
It does.
And being a fertility specialist, I know people will ask you, even in clinic. So I think our scientists, our researchers, our government should look deep into that. Because, come to look at it, the donor agencies that come from developed countries to come and help us, they're more interested in giving us contraception, family planning. But fertility, which WHO has defined as a disease on its own, has a great toll on women. They are not sponsoring that. Government is not actually helping. Our health sector and our insurance services hardly cover infertility care. Yet, contraception, family planning, are aimed at
reducing.
Yes.
And you do know that some organizations, I mean non-governmental, that are faith-based, that decide they're not going to do preventive, just giving you this information. They don't believe in preventive, whatever, to HIV, so they don't talk about condoms, and they cut down their sponsorship drastically as a punitive reaction or something. So they are not, my point exactly is that they are not as interested in fertility as they are in prevention.
Yes, but why I said I can categorically say that they have an ulterior motive is that even also in developed countries, it's not all the people in developed countries that their insurance scheme covers fertility, just as we have in this place. But there are some there that can, to an extent, cover, the cost of fertility treatment. Okay. So I can't really say for sure that they are against our having children. I can't say, but there's no smoke without fire. I've heard that people ask me, but I can't prove it.
True.
So I can't just stand here to tell you that they have ulterior motive, but there's no smoke without fire.
All right. Now, before we get to the cost implications and other implications of infertility, the gaps that you have, talked about now, that is what your clinic and some other fertility clinics have come up to say, okay, let's bridge this gap in our society. Tell us exactly the different interventions that the couple that's been experiencing infertility can go through. You mentioned IVF.
Yeah.
There are still, I think there are two others. There's surrogacy. Can you take us through them one after the other?
Couple struggling with infertility, they have options, and the options include, first, when they come to the clinic, let me put it this way, the options include presenting really, really on time. So when they come, they will now see that there are so many options left for them. When we ask them questions and examine them and investigate them, the thing is to treat whatever we think is the cause of that infertility. Like I said, if it's just ordinary hyperprolactinemia or problem with ovulation, in which the woman's tubes are patent and the husband's sperm is fine, we may just do what we call ordinary ovulation induction and timed sexual intercourse. We'll just try to help the woman to bring out, as in to stimulate egg production and release. And the husband can just go in and get her wife pregnant. If that works, that is fine. If it doesn't work, another thing we do, depending on what we find out on investigations, we can do what we call IUI, intrauterine insemination. But in that case, the woman must have a patent tube.
What do you mean by patent tube?
A patent tube, the tubes must be
free and...
Yes, it's not blocked. because for us to do IUI, the sperm still has to pass through the tubes. So IUI is also an option. In that case, we do some treatment with the sperm, stimulate ovulation in the woman, and then inject the sperm into the woman in the laboratory. Okay. That's also an option that they have. Another option is other assisted reproductive techniques in which IVF, in vitro fertilization, is part of it, depending on the cause. If a woman's tube is totally blocked, the only option is that IVF. So it's an option. We may do IVF for that woman. There's another one we call IVF with ICSI, intracytoplasmic sperm injection. Is another assisted reproductive technique. There are so many of them. The ZIFT and the GIFT, what we call zygote intrafallopian transfer and gamete intrafallopian transfer.
And all these procedures are available?
And they are all available. They are all available in our center and available in most of the IVF centers in ENUGU here. Other options available for them include adoption, surrogacy, depending on the cause of that infertility. So you can offer all this to assist.
Can you also assist with adoption?
No. You know, adoption has something also to do with the government.
Yes.
The only thing is you have to let them, if that is the only option, you may bring it to their awareness that you can actually go and adopt. And then we'll start searching for government establishments and agencies that could help.
All right, that's fine. How affordable are these procedures? Because someone listening to you now is itching to know. How affordable? You said they are available, established, but how affordable are they? Can you give us like a range? Yeah.
Well, I have to tell you, infertility treatment is costly. It's really costly. It's not somebody, it depends on the cause and the type of treatment you want to give. As you move from ovulation induction to IUI, to IVF, to all these ones I mentioned, the cost increases. But generally, it's a very costly thing. The investigations alone, because you don't just start treating, you start with investigations. Those things is one of the impediments that infertile couple, experience. They're costly. They are just costly. The investigations are costly, and the treatment itself.
Yes.
Yes.
Are there guarantees? Is there a particular procedure that there's at least 90 to 100% guarantee?
No. Even the IUI we are talking about. In fact, it's not guaranteed. The only thing is that if you're able to identify the cause and properly treat it, then there is hope that the woman will get pregnant. But you don't tell the woman that I'm 100% sure that you're going to get pregnant. Something like IUI, they say success rate 1 in 10.
1 in 10.
1 in 10. Then IVF, even in developed countries, have about 20 to 35% success rate. So they are not guaranteed, and that's not add to the cost, because you pay that exorbitant amount. If it doesn't work out, you have to really come again. In some people, it could be 100%. So when you do IVF, they carry triplets at a go. To them, is 100%. But generally speaking, it cannot just guarantee a woman that once I do this, you're going to become pregnant. So it's costly. In terms of price, you just asked about price of treatment. It depends on the kind of treatment you want to give. But for something like IVF, in this ENUGU now, price range of about 3 million to about 4 million. But
the procedure?
Yes, the IVF procedure itself. But the fact it doesn't end there. Maybe this woman, on the course of investigation, you find that there are other factors involved that may also need money. So you need to take care of those factors before you even come to the price of the IVF. So usually we want to encourage them, they come, first evaluate them, sort out problems if there are problems, then before we come to IVF proper. And that's where the cost you are talking about comes in. So when you're talking about cost, you look at cost of investigation, sorting out all those other problems, but the cost of the IVF proper But by and large, it's cheaper in this environment compared to developed countries.
It's really a sad story. But moving on, there's this new wave. You know how it is with blood donation, where there are commercial blood donors.
Yes.
So there's this, it even made the news today in the morning when we were talking on our morning show, where doctors were decrying young undergraduate students coming to donate their eggs for money, you know. So is there a regulation available? Because this has to have a health implication of the young girls in the long run.
Yes.
What are your thoughts?
My thought is that, let me start by telling the public that most of the patients that undergo IVF, most of them they are old, 45, 47, probably
They are
50-year-old.
They are older.
Yes, women who does not produce quality eggs again. Even some of them don't menstruate again, so you cannot get egg from their body. The egg we use for them is from these young girls. It's not an illegal action. In developed countries, they donate eggs. Just the way you can donate blood,
yes,
kidney, or any part of human body, eggs can also be donated. So when I hear those things in the social media about, selling people, nobody gets egg to sell. We just get the egg to assist those older women who cannot produce egg.
Based on donation?
Yes,
strictly.
based on donation. And they donate for two reasons. Either for money. Abroad, in some areas, they donate for, not for money, call it altruistic reasons. So either they donate for money, they are paid, or they donate because they just want to donate without any financial gain. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's not an illegal thing. In developed countries, people donate eggs.
But
they donate sperm too.
Sure,
yes,
sure.
They donate sperm.
What I'm actually thinking about is, it's possible that there could be commercialization of this. More like a black market, an emerging black market, where young girls know that they can go and get paid quick cash and just someone will just take their eggs.
I am not aware.
You wouldn't be.
I am not aware of that, because you don't just get this egg and
it's not like urine.
Sell it like egusi. You have to get the egg and put it where it will be viable. So if what you're saying is true, is it that there are some IVF center who assist in doing that? I am not aware. But I know these eggs is not for commercial purpose per se. It's just that all these older women who come for IVF, it's through donor egg programs that they're able to.
Donor egg programs.
Yes, that they're able to get. Yes, they're able to get pregnant. What I mean, donor egg programs. We get eggs from those young ones. Yes, there are regulations, especially in developed countries. There are acts and laws guiding that. Of course, you don't. In this country, I know, you don't take the age bracket is from 19 to about 28. That lady is not, in fact, some from 21 to about 28. You can't go and collect egg from a 14-year-old girl or a minor. So from between 21 and 28, these are adults. There are also regulations. Before they come for egg donation, we will screen them. It's not all of them that come that you will take. You have to screen for different diseases. And some of them, by the time you're telling them you are not qualified to donate, you see them even crying. Please take me. But you know you can't take her because she's not qualified. She has HIV.
Yeah.
You're not going to take her. She has other congenital abnormalities.
Yes.
You won't take her. Are you getting me? So it's a legal thing and people donate egg. But like you say, regulations. There are some regulations. If you're not up to that 21, we're not going to take egg from you. Then we also educate them on egg donation, what it is, the available complications They even have to sign some documents. Yes. So that, I mean, yes, they won't say you grab them on the street and you went for their eggs. They sign some documents. The process of the aspiration of egg to be also sign some documents. So it's not something, it's not hidden.
Right.
It's just that for us to assist those older women, we really have to get eggs from the younger ones. And this voluntary donation. They don't force you to come and donate egg. And in this environment, they all do it for money.
Yeah. Well, very quickly, before we go on a short break, I want you to speak to something. Now, assuming a lady or a couple goes through IVF like 2 to 3 times, is there any physical implication on the woman? Does it affect her health in a certain way? Just the way women who give birth through cesarean section are told after this number of children, it's not advised that you go again because of the toll it takes on the body. Does it take any toll physically on the woman to go through multiple IVF procedures?
Yes, I would say yes, in the sense that, you know, IVF itself has some complications associated with it.
The procedure itself?
The procedure itself. Because for us to get that quantity of eggs from that woman, we have to hyper-stimulate. As we have to make the body produce plenty eggs. And these medications, medications and hormones that we use to do that. Even amongst the girls that donate, when we stimulate, we tell them at least stay for about 6 months before you come again. Are you getting me? Stay about 6 months so that your ovaries will rest and come back to normal before you come again. And by the time they're donating 3-4 times, we ask them to stop. Are you getting me? So the same thing with a woman who is repeatedly doing IVF. The process itself has some complications. From ovarian stimulation, we can overstimulate them, which is what we call OHSS, ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome, even as we are doing the first one.
Wow.
And if it's a very severe one, it can lead to death.
Wow.
During the aspiration of the egg, there are also some complications associated with it. The pregnancy itself, remember that the patient took in through IVF does not mean that other complications that may be associated with pregnancy will not be there. No, they will be there. It's even more in them in the sense that they may be carrying 2 or 3. So those complications associated with the process of the IVF itself, carrying the pregnancy up to delivery, is not something you would want any woman to be doing year after year. And remember, here, we don't just put one. Here, you might just deliver twin triplets in the first attempt. I'm sure she's going to she'll rest. Yes, for the next 2-3 years, because she'll be willing to come. And so it's it's not the cost implication alone will not even allow them to come so frequently like this. The complications associated with them will not allow them to do it. But if I may just answer you, it's not something, of course, if you do repeatedly year after year, which is not possible due to the cost and other things, you may land yourself in some troubles because of the risk associated with the procedure itself.
Right.
I don't know whether.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Yes, you did. Yeah. All right, so we'll go on a short break, and when we get back, we'll be busting some myths. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Many thanks for staying with us. Don't forget that we're still talking infertility. the costs of infertility in Nigeria's growing fertility industry, and we still have Dr. Innocent Anayochikugu in the studio doing justice to this topic. Now, before we went on the break, I did say that we're going to be busting some myths. What it means is that you're going to be answering direct questions from misconceptions that people have about infertility. So the first one is, infertility is always the woman's fault. Now, I know that there's the statistics around it. So is it always the woman's fault, or is it 50-50?
No, it's not always the woman's fault. Okay. And that is the problem we have in this area. In fact, when it comes to contribution, it's a 30 to 40% of infertility is from the woman. Cause of infertility is from the woman. The other 30 to 40% is from the man. So it cannot be from the woman alone. But in this environment, the whole burden is on the woman. And that is what, I don't know.
I should ask you, in your clinic, do you see this scenario play out where it's only the woman coming first, and then reluctantly the husband might just tag along?
No.
Or they often come together?
You rarely see the man and the woman coming together. The woman usually comes first. And at the time, the man may even find it difficult to accompany the woman, telling the woman that you are
the cause.
Yes, because oftentimes when I demand for their husband, and you hear the woman telling you that, Oga, check me first.
Oh my.
The man never believed he has a problem. Eventually, when the man comes, you may find out that he's even the person responsible for the infertility. So it's not always the woman.
Always the woman.
Yes.
So do you do some kind of counseling? Because you have to.
Yes.
When you see these things, how do you go about it?
No, really, you have to counsel them. You have to counsel them. If you get the man, I make every effort to get the man involved. And you have to start. There's no way you can treat infertility without proper counseling, because it has a lot of
emotional and psychological
aspects, economic consequences.
Those are the implications.
Yes, you really have to. You start treatment with counseling. Because if you don't counsel, some of them may even abandon the treatment halfway and go. And the problem remains. So we'll counsel them that there's a need for both of you to come. So they'll properly, evaluate and find out where the problem is from. Because you can imagine if the problem is not from the woman and the woman continue to visit you. You're not going to get anywhere.
True.
So we'll counsel
How
them.
do you even manage your emotions? Because you're always listening to people's issues, the complications around it, family issues.
Yes,
How do you manage your own emotions?
We have to, because that's what we are trained to do. But it's also not easy, especially when it comes to IVF and you do it and it's not successful. It can be a lot of emotional trauma on you yourself.
Sure.
Yes. So it's not only the woman.
Sure. All right. Traditional herbs and spiritual remedies are more effective or as effective as medical treatment. Someone will say there's plenty ways to kill a rat.
No,
does that apply in this case?
No, from my own knowledge, it is not more effective than medical treatment. It's not even as effective as medical treatment.
Okay.
I think medical treatment is more effective than that. Why did I say that? We find that the first, because of either cost or whatever reason, or culture or whatever, they get to those traditional people, waste a lot of money, even harm themselves. And finally they come to hospital. So they themselves know that it's not even as effective as medical, and it's not more effective than medical. But maybe cost, culture, our custom, push them to those traditional things. Eventually they come back to us, which means it's not more effective than the medical. Yes, when they get there, they still come back. So.
Okay. Okay, this is very funny. If you can't conceive naturally, you're not meant to be a parent. Maybe based on culture or superstition. Maybe it's the will of God, which was why I told you that you have to do a lot of counseling. Yes. When do you get to that point where you notice that your patient is about pulling away from, treatments, from an already, instituted treatment?
Well, if you counsel them well, they are not likely to do that. But like you said, if you can't conceive naturally that you're what? You're not a woman or something like that. It's not true then. even from the Bible days, there were people who had infertility. Yes. So the one happening now cannot be. Yes, if you conceive naturally, no problem. So thank God. But there are still some percentage of women who cannot. And when they present on time, we can make them get pregnant.
Sure.
And you get pregnant. You don't become a woman that people say you are not, or a mother that people say you are not.
Now, when these women, when they conceive, at least those who give birth to triplets, do they still, do you still follow them up, or you refer them to antenatal clinics, other places, or you follow them up until when they give birth?
Most times when they get pregnant, we refer them to antenatal centers.
Okay.
You know, where the pregnancy can be managed. Sometimes some of them will refuse. Yes. To
Understandably
go to
so.
other places. Those ones will still have a way of doing antenatal care for them and delivering them. Yes. But if they wish to, like some of them may come from Lagos, from Abuja, you get them pregnant, they have to go back there and then register antenatal in a nearby place to where they reside. But some who resides here in Enugu may not agree to go to another place, or will try to persuade them to go. Or if they refuse, still have a way of doing antenatal care for them and still deliver them.
Some couple would rather go childless than go through surrogacy. What do you think?
Well, it depends on choice.
You didn't quite explain what surrogacy means. Explain it first.
It just in common terms means another woman carrying baby
Okay.
for someone.
Is it the woman's eggs and the husband, the other
It
one's
could,
husband?
it could be. Just in simple terms, let me say, I'm a woman now, and my womb is not good. Doctor has advised that, or maybe you've done repeated IVF, due to uterine factor is not working. They just go to contract a woman that may carry baby for you. And when that woman delivers that baby, the woman gives you back your baby. So it could be your own egg if you're young. Bring out your egg, use your husband's sperm. Then fertilize the egg.
Okay.
Then put the baby inside of the woman who could carry the baby, because your own, or my own woman, as a woman is not functioning well. So we put the baby in the womb of another woman who will carry that pregnancy. She is paid. And then when she delivers, you take your child. So in that case, the child is genetically yours.
I was going to say, will the child carry any genetic material from
No, the child is genetically yours because the egg is yours and the sperm is your husband's. But there are conditions where the woman is old. She hasn't got any egg again. Her womb is also not fine. So in that case, we may also borrow egg from donor and then use the husband's sperm, still fertilize, put the baby in another woman that will carry the baby. After they carry, they take their baby. Sometimes the sperm may also not be good. The woman is old, has got no egg, still borrow sperm, then borrow the egg, and then still find a surrogate mother. So it depends on the scenario.
Yes.
But in that surrogacy means another woman carrying baby for another. And at the end, you don't give the baby to.
Based on the agreement.
Yes.
All right, finally, before I let you go, because I think I've overstretched you.
It's all right.
But it's been a great time. It's finally, I think you've answered this in some ways. Fertility treatment guarantees a baby.
Yeah, yes. But not 100% guarantee, depending on what is the cause. Yes. But if it's properly, the cause is properly identified and sorted out, yes, I can guarantee you a baby.
All right, as a parting shot, what advice would you have for young people, young couple, or even those that are not married yet to ensure they don't predispose themselves to infertility in the future?
Well, let me start by quoting this statement. Say fertility is a silent thief of a woman's psychological stability and sanity in one hand. Socio-economic status and significance. On the other hand, he said it strips a woman the joy of womanhood and motherhood, and leaves the woman completely disenfranchised from the very essence of humanity. In
this
other words,
social impact is,
yes.
is more on the woman.
Yes. So this infertility, WHO has defined it as a disease entity. Yes.
With
It's a
symptoms
disease entity.
and...
Yes, because you look at it, something affects you socially, affects you psychologically, affects you economically,
Financially.
affects you psychologically. I mean, that is the same thing other diseases do. So your question on what do I advise young girls to do? That question is like, how do we prevent infertility? We prevent infertility by avoiding all those causes we mentioned about. In terms of infection, abstinence, being faithful to your partner, or using condom to avoid those infections. If you've got infections, present to hospital on time so that we'll treat you before the thing damages your reproductive organs. Education. We have to really educate these children from
Sex education.
from the scratch. Yes, reproductive and sexual health education. We have to inculcate it in our primary and secondary schools, so that before they grow into maturity, they have known what are the causes, how are we going to prevent them. Lifestyle modifications too. In order to curb the risk factors associated with fertility. I think these are the things. Then government should also assist couples who are infertile, because I think most of them, when they have problems, the reason why they go to all those tradomedical people is that they don't have money to approach the
clinics.
Yes, the clinics. Government should have a way of subsidizing their treatment. Donor agencies should look into that. So if we're able to prevent all those risk factors and causes, we'll be able to reduce infertility. Because if it has come, it has come. Maybe we didn't have time to go into the apart from cost, other implications of infertility.
Mental health.
Yes, they are numerous.
All right.
Maybe
we'll have you back for a second part of this interview, because there's a lot of sides and perspectives to this. All right, Dr. Anayajuku Innocent Ubu, thank you so much for your time. He's a consultant gynecologist and obstetrician, a fertility specialist, and minimal access surgeon. I learned that today. Thank you so much for your time on the show.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it, friends. I'm sure you must have picked a thing or two. Don't forget, your health is your responsibility. We want to hear from you, so go on over to our social media platforms on Facebook, on YouTube at Signature TV Official. Go like, comment, share your views, share your thoughts, and probably your experiences. Don't forget to be on SLT channel 265, and do go and download the Signature TV app on Google Play. Well, that's much we can take. I'm still your host, Chigichi Agorom. Bye for now.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export.
We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
We are local.
International communities observing why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
I'm here to invite our first distinguished speaker for this evening's conversation, Mr. Onyebuchi-Mba. So Mr. Onyebuchi-Mba is a distinguished educationist, public affairs analyst, and disability rights advocate who has dedicated his life work to promoting inclusivity, accessibility, and dignity for all. With a passion for empowering individuals and communities, he has made significant contributions to the fields of education and disability inclusion advocacy. Mr. Onyebuchi-Mba has an NCE in English and Political Science from the ENUGU State College of Education, Technical. He has a degree in education from the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, and currently he is studying for a master's degree in education management. As an educationist, Onyebuchi-Mba has demonstrated a deep understanding of the complexities of the education system and has worked to promote innovative and inclusive approaches to learning. His expertise has been invaluable in shaping education policies and programs that cater to diverse needs. Onyebuchi-Mba's advocacy also for disability rights has been instrumental in promoting awareness and understanding of the challenges faced by persons with disabilities. He has worked closely with organizations and governments to develop and implement policies that promote accessibility, inclusion, and equality. Through his tireless efforts, Onyebuchi-Mba has made a lasting impact on the lives of countless individuals and communities. His work has helped in the enactment of the 2023 ENUGU State Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Law, promoting a more inclusive and equitable society where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. As a champion for education, disability rights, and human dignity, Onyebuchi-Mba continues to inspire and motivate others to join the fight for a more just and compassionate world. His legacy serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of empathy, of understanding, and collective action in creating a better future for all. And this evening, Mr. Onyebuchi-Mba will be taking the stage to speak on a very important topic, Onyangana Nwanneya, advocating for a more inclusive Ali Igbo. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Mr. Onyebuchi as he comes off the stage to make his presentation. Please keep clapping until he comes up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel so excited hearing my name being mentioned in them, as in, I feel like, who am I? However, today is a special day, I must say. Special thanks to the management of Center for Memories. Director, I salute you and your team. More grace to function. I want to say that I think my standing here is like that of the John the Baptist because he appeared to clear the road for Jesus. So I am standing here to clear the road for my boss, Sir David Daniele, the Honorable. One of the greatest voices, or one of the greatest voices we have had in the Eastern Nigeria and Africa as a whole, talking about disability inclusion and driving that most desired change in our society. So I salute you. You are welcome to the city of ENUGU. My other fellow persons with disabilities, the media, and our other guests around us here. I will not also forget my very good friends, the students who have been here with us since afternoon. I appreciate each and every one of us. And like I said, my presentation this evening will not take much of our time, knowing that the boss is here. And I think he's one of those who taught us the job, who taught us whatever you see us do today, whatever you hear us say today, is part of what he has planted in us that we are trying to, practice. And I must continuously thank you, Sir David. Yeah, the topic of Onyaya na Nwanne, the concept of Onyaya na Nwanne, I think has been an old-time adage in Igbo land, an old-time concept in Igbo land that some of us grew to meet and, unfortunately, will I say, fail to make it a part of our daily lives. Because the concept of Onyaya na Nwanne, I think, has gone beyond even the international treaties, the Africa Charter, the Nigeria Disability Laws, and other documents that speak about the rights and dignity of man. The concept of Onyaya na Nwanne reminds us about Onye, that of Egbebere, Ugobere. Eziokwu na na-asị Egbebere Ugobere nke si ibe ya ebele. Asị nkwukwa ya, mana we don't say so these days. We always say, Igosi eboga, Igosi eboga ebe. Maka na ikwa maro ibezi ya. So the concept of Onyaya na Nwanne advocating for a more inclusive Ala Igbo. Ala Igbo means Anambra, Abia, Igbo, Ebonyi, Enugu, including our other brothers that are on the other side of the geographical zone of the country that are also Igbos. Unfortunately, like I said, that been issue, the Onyaya na Nwanne concept appears to have been lost because these days a whole lot of things have changed. Why I emphasize on the concept of Onyaya na Nwanne, let me also begin this brief presentation by first letting us know about who is Onyebuchi Mba. Onyebuchi Mba, briefly, is born and brought up here in Enugu State, Uzuwani precisely. Onyebuchi Mba, the only child of his late parents. Onyebuchi Mba was not born blind, but by the provisions of nature, will I say unfairness of nature, I saw myself in the disability world. At the age of 11, by children playing, I lost my first sight, as in my right eye. And by that play, a whole lot of things began to manifest in my life. Knowing the family I came from as such poor family background and being the only child. Unfortunately, the poor parents couldn't change anything because that saw me through. You making use of my one eye. I finished up my primary education, was taken to Lagos as Igbo man now, pure typical Igbo man, Igbo boy. While in Lagos, I had another incident that a colleague also slapped me on the remaining eye, and that brought about the closure of both eyes. That particular slap that happened in Lagos in 1996, And happened again in 1998, August, was on a different occasion by different individuals. And in the year 2000, Onyebuchi, after armed robbery attack that nearly took my life in Lagos in our shop, I told my master that I need to go home. For a living dog, the Bible says, better than dead lion. I returned back home, meeting my poor parents. My mother, in particular, seeing me return back home blanched, was shocked and fainted. And that shock, after 5 years, she passed on. My father also passed on. Onyebuchi was left alone in the house. You know, people come in, if you want to eat, come to my house. If you want to drink water, come to my house. A reverend father took me to intervene and took me to special school of Geneva. That was the turnaround to my life. Because by then, I actually felt I was the only blind person. But getting to Geneva special education made me to begin to see life in another dimension. I not only saw other fellow persons with visual impairment, but began to gather the courage that in spite of this so-called visual impairment, blindness, I can still make it, and I can still make it. One thing that also inspired me was that there was a time on Radio Nigeria that I do listen to radio very well, and there was this program called You Can Make It. I don't miss that program. I don't joke with that program. I continue to listen to that program, and it continued to inspire me. And here am I today, from OG to CIC, from CIC to College of Education to Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and counting. Onyebuchi is still standing, and this is not the key. So, why are we saying all this? We are saying all this because somebody somewhere desires that inspiration. Somebody somewhere may be down, thinking that all hope is gone. If you are here and you know a boy, a girl, a child with disability, any form that is down there in the different families, maybe the family may have been hidden and hiding that child. Go and tell them that there is hope in every disabled child or in every physically challenged child. Go and tell that family to bring out their child, that child can still be useful, not only to himself, not only to the family, but to the society. So I want to say that I would like to introduce us to international documents that are speak to the dignity of man, that are speak to the inclusion of one another in state and societal affairs. Unfortunately, it appears we have a whole lot of documents and policies that were never implemented and that have not really solved the problems of man, including, particularly persons with disabilities. If you talk of United Nations rights on persons with disabilities, the Convention of UN on Rights of Persons with Disability, it speaks on three key concepts: accessibility, participation, and inclusion. And if you are to bring it down to Igbo, how is that accessibility in our own society? How is that participation in our own society? How is that inclusion in our own society? I understand the fact that disability law sometimes, a few years ago in Nigeria, appears to become the order of the day. But like I said also, we have too many policies, too many documents, but the problems appear to be on the increase, unsolved. Lamentations, issues affecting persons with disabilities on the rise, without much attention given to it. And one is beginning to ask a different question: what is the problem? There was a time we thought disability law, absence of disability law in Nigeria has become the problem. But we had disability law. 2018, this is 2025. About 23 states or more in Nigeria have actually domesticated this law. And Southeast in particular, Abia has done this. Disability Commission is ongoing, running. Anambra has also done this. The commission is running. Imo State has also passed and signed into law, waiting for the Disability Commission to come on board. Ebonyi State has also done this, waiting for governor's assent to the law, to the bill, for it to become a law. ENUGU State also did this in 2023. And then 2 years down the line, there is nothing to show about the much desired Disability Commission. And we are asking, what other measure, what other approach can we begin to adopt to get not only the attention of the state actors, but also you and I in the society, but also the market women, but also the religious leaders, for us to collectively know that we are talking about Egbebere, Ugobere. Onyaya na nwanne ya concept in United Nations, they call it Operation Leave No One Behind. Leave no one behind is a slogan from UN. And we're asking that question. In Nigeria today, Southeast as a region, Ali Igbo, how far are we? Where are we in all of these? Is it that we are to leave the aspect of the laws? What stage are we currently? The state actors appear not to be giving a listening ear to disability matters. The followers appears not to be giving a listening ear to disability matters. How do I mean? Every society, Nelson Mandela said that every society is measured by the way and manner such society regards and treats issues affecting the vulnerable. Our political leaders today, appointments 2 years down the line, and too many appointments have been made. Commissioners, SSAs, this and that. In ENUGU State and the whole of Igbo, how many persons with disabilities are there? Policies are being made. How many persons with disabilities are there speaking? Like I said, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities focuses on 3 key concepts: accessibility, participation, and inclusion. How accessible is our government house here? Assuming I walk into the government house now, even to see, as a citizen, bona fide one for that matter, to see my leader, how accessible. Not to talk of the public infrastructure that we do see, houses built here and there that wheelchair users cannot in any way access nor enter. Too many questions begging for answer. Participation is far-fetched, not to talk of inclusion. But we will continue to cry this cry. If you read that of African Charter on Rights, on Human Rights and People's, on Human and People's Rights, 1981, it also emphasizes on 3 key concepts of dignity, equity, and justice. And that same question is, being asked, where is the dignity of man in Igbo land? Where is the equality that man desires in Igbo land? Echem Nandi Igbo na ikwoku na asi n'eme onye ka emere ibe ya. Obi adị ya mma. How can we now get to the leadership ladder and then you forgot the fact that name will be Sepota? There is no family or no village here that will tell me they have no child or no single man or woman with disability. Over 25 million persons with disabilities are in Nigeria today. More than them. Like that's why I said over. And then if we are to break that 25 million down to states, how much do you think should be the quota of ENUGU and Igbo in particular, in general? In a civilized society, the number of persons with disabilities in ENUGU State alone can vote in or vote out a governor. If in a sane and a society where things work the way it's supposed to work, the number of individuals with disabilities can determine who governs a state. But here in this part of the world, the reverse is the case. In the ongoing voter registration processes, what are the plans to capture these individuals? What are the mechanisms put in place for the interest of this? In fact, myself standing here personally, I've reached out to ENUGU INEC office on how to deliberately plan for how persons with disabilities could be brought into the region. And the feedback I got after some days or weeks was to tell them to return back to their various local government areas. Yet, in INEC office, we have a disability desk. So this calls for worry. And when we talk of all of the concepts where international treaties and chapters about human rights and persons with disabilities focuses on, that of National Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Law of 2018 also speaks to the dignity and rights of individuals with disabilities. But the question now is, how much are we enjoying those rights as provided? Like we were sharing before coming on stage, I remember some of us following up that of ENUGU State Disability Laws passage in 2023, and you can hear some of our representatives, honorable men, saying, no, Honorable Speaker, this document is a white man document. Our environment is entirely a different thing. In fact, Honorable Speaker, the way I look at this document, it cannot sell here. Our environment is totally a different one from that of Oyibo man. It's a different one from that of Oyibo, but the phone we are using is not a different one from that of Oyibo. The vehicle we are driving is not a different one from that of Oyibo. The plane we are entering is not different from that of Oyibo. Every other thing, the mansions and the monies we are packing and making are not different from that of the white men. But when it comes to matters affecting a certain segment of the society, it becomes Oyibo man property. We are preaching sustainable development goal as the SDG provides from 1 to 17 all over Igbo. Tell me one of it that is functional, targeting individuals that all of these policies and programs were meant for. From that of zero hunger, from that of zero poverty, from that of quality of education, from just name them, from that of accessible and decent workplace and all that. None. And that is why I keep talking about our leader who is seated here, a boss I respect so much, Sir David Daniele, who in years past when he was traveling all over the country, ENUGU was one of the states where he implemented his programs. And that was part of the capacity that gave us this voice you are hearing today. That was what actually opened our eyes. He said that days of charity are gone. We cannot continue to live in charity. Charity has not changed in my life, because give me 100,000 naira today, I will spend it tomorrow. And then I will return back next tomorrow to ask for more. But teach me how to get that 100,000, I will make a way to be getting it for myself and for my family. Who says that a person with disability does not deserve a life of dignity? You went to the primary school, I went to the same primary school. You went to secondary school, I went to the same secondary school. You went to higher institution, I went to the same higher institution. And then we came out to struggle for opportunities. Who do you think will have that better edge? It is a call for our governors in Igbo land to begin to be intentional on disability matters. No longer charity, not pity, not sympathy. It is all about empathy. Look at yourself. Think if you are the one. Put yourself in my shoe. Anyone seated here or standing here under the sound of my voice, close your eyes. Just try to close your eyes within a minute or two. If you wouldn't mind, walk around closing your eyes. Ask yourself, how do you feel closing your eyes to navigate? If you can find a wheelchair, find it and practicalize it. Use wheelchair to move around. You feel it and know how it pains, it pinches. If you are here and find something and close your, just put up your two ears and then know whether you can hear and hear well. These are some of the practical ways of getting to know what others are feeling. In public infrastructure provisions, no state in Igbo land is intentional in making our roads accessible for individuals with disabilities. That is what accessibility is all about. You can say you build 10 kilometers of road in your tenure, but how accessible are those roads? How accessible? Can a wheelchair user navigate through that the same road? Can a blind man or woman, a blind child? I am using this word for us to understand this language. Otherwise, you know that UN and the international standard says visual impairment, hearing impairment. But I discovered that in this part of the world, until you use a raw phrase or phrases, people will not get to know it. Like in Atensoka some months ago, I was in a bike, and a police officer stopped us asked us to park. I said, sir, please, can you allow us to have a special person? And he said, come on, go and park there, special person. Who told you, are you the only special person in Nigeria? I mean, to have a special person. Go and park there. I told the Okada guy, please go and park. And then we parked. By the time the police officer later met us and said, show me this. I said, oh, God, I think I pleaded with you to allow us to know that I'm a special person. You know, I'm blind. And then he said, hey, now you are talking. You should have told me that you are blind and you are telling me special person. So that is the situation we are in. I got admitted into one of the tertiary institutions in the state. And you know what? During the first semester, I wrote to the management of the school for them to approve a copper or any one of their choice to come into the exam hall and read question papers to my hearing while I make use of my typewriting machine. Second in command, after reading my letter, queried why I was admitted into that school. Who admitted a blind person in this school? How did I get here? By that time, Onyebuchi of today, well, you know, life they say is in stages. If it is today, I would have helped him to, you know, get to the other side. But I still thank God that while he was, you know, querying my admission, another lecturer came in and then told him, Oga, hey, you don't know that there is a policy called inclusive education policy that allows these people to school at any school of their choice, be it primary, secondary, or tertiary, so long as they can, you know, fit in. It was then after that he now said, okay, no problem. And then what the man did was, during every exam, he went into exam hall and come and stand on my side. He will stand to be watching and know the possibilities and impossibility. But to God be the glory, man was proven wrong. I didn't only graduate from that school as just normal, but I graduated in a very clean sheet. So that is ability, disability we are talking about. Well, we that are in disability world, we are not such persons that will graduate and begin to ask, where is your certificate? If you need my own, I can publish it. I know of a colleague at UNN who walked into a lecturer room where the lecture was ongoing while he came in. The lecturer asked him one derogatory question. Where are you from? He said, I'm coming from outside the school. From outside school? I said, yes, sir. Who and who did you see at the gate while coming in? The man responded, I saw people selling this, selling that, standing, doing this. He said, no, there are other categories of individuals that is at the other gate. I need you to mention them. The guy continued until he mentioned those that are begging. I saw those begging at the gate. The lecturer now responded, yeah, that is where you're supposed to belong. This is more than disability itself. This is more than disability itself. The attitudinal change of the society is very much important and paramount to what we advocate for. Inclusive Igbo can only be possible when you use phrases that promote the dignity of man to individuals with disabilities, knowing that what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. It can only be possible when we begin to feel the pains of one another. I want to appreciate the media, ENUGU media houses. So many of them are doing wonderfully well supporting persons with disabilities, giving us voice. But we need more, like Oliver Twist. We need stations that will take up disability matters as a steady program on radio. So that our society will begin to know what they never knew. Sometimes I also know. I must not also forget the fact that some act in ignorance. Some actually do not know what they are doing. Just like Jesus will say, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. We understand that side. But Tonya Nakuzi without Sikemota. Because learning is not only the classroom. When you see me standing on the way to, flag down any vehicle or keke rider going to any part of Enugu, many times if I'm to share the experiences that persons with disabilities face, you will cry. And that is why we say it is not by sympathy. It is by empathy. Join us. Take up this matter as part of your work. Speak on behalf of the vulnerable, the weak. Let the strong carry the weak. Let's continue this journey together. We need one another. I will stand on the way to, I'll come out early in the morning going to work or going to any place. I may end up going late because why? The keke riders will see me. The moment they notice that I'm a person with a visual impairment, the person will zoom up. Hey, I can't carry this person. If you're on wheelchair, the person, if you ask them, they will say, hey, no, how can I be carrying person on wheelchair? Is that what I came out for? Forgetting that that same thing that happened to that mama, that papa, that boy or girl can happen to anybody. It is not me tomorrow, it can be me tomorrow. I mean, it is not me today, it can be me tomorrow. The message is clear. I want to emphasize more and round off by saying that a call to ENUGU State Disability Commission is no longer, it has become a matter that should no longer be postponed. We call on ENUGU State government, we call on Ebonyi State government, we call on Imo State government to implement and inaugurate the Disability Rights Commission of their various states. And by crying the cry of each other, we will have an inclusive Igbo that will serve the interests of all, irrespective of ability or disability. I will end here for the purpose of time. God bless us all.
All right, so very quickly, I'm going to be introducing our next speaker for today's conversation, and that will be Mr. David Anyele. So David Anyele is a pioneer chairman, the pioneer chairman of the Abia State Commission for the Welfare of Disabled Persons, and also the founder and executive director of the Center for Citizens with Disabilities. A respected advocate for disability rights in Nigeria, he has dedicated over 2 decades to advancing inclusion, equality, and social justice for persons with disabilities. In 1999, during the Sierra Leone Civil War, Mr. Anyele survived a brutal attack that resulted in the amputation of both forearms, transforming personal tragedy into advocacy. He has since become one of Nigeria's most influential voices for disability rights, playing a key role in the passage and implementation of disability legislation at both state and national levels. Please let's put our hands together for him. Mr. David Anyele holds a Master's of Science degree in Law and Diplomacy from Babcock University, a Bachelor of Science in Management Science from the University of Education, Winneba, Ghana, and a Diploma in Public Relations. Widely regarded as a seasoned administrator and visionary leader, he continues to inspire resilience, self-empowerment, and collective action among persons with disabilities across Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. David Anyele as he comes up to make his presentation. Please keep clapping until he gets here. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you.
Igbo, Mamalo. Yeah. Igbo, Bueno. Yeah. Igbo, Bueno. Yeah. Enugu, Mamalo. Yeah. I'm so excited to stand before the city owners of Enugu and to share my thoughts around the topic today. I must commend Onyebuchi Festus for opening our eyes on key issues we need to appreciate around people with disabilities and Southeast Alibu in particular. I always hear about Nkata Umuibe. I've seen some of my leaders coming here to participate in conversations that has to do with our people. When I saw the likes of Dr. Chido Dinkalo, Chinenye, Mbozuku, who is more or less my colleagues in government, and other eminent personalities coming here to lift our mind on some of the things we need to understand. So, here I know Nahem Nabiku, where I'll be leading us to understand where I'm coming from. Maybe Shinabia. Ihe Onyibo, when disability now, you know what when disability occur, what we experience. In CK and at home, by disability may kind of hurdles we struggle with as people with disabilities. Iwu ndeke I kwesịrị ịma onye buchi ebutukule ya ọnụ, some of the laws that has to do with people with disabilities. I will probably be sharing with you. Come see me Abia State. Then about the question when ike ije ho na nkokwara ihe kwesịrị ime as ụmụ Igbo, a kind of recommendations why we have this conversation. Permit me to state here that everything I'm going to say is my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with the office I occupy, I'm occupying before, but personal experience, because as they told you, I'm a political appointee and I work with government. Ladies and gentlemen, disability is real. Disability can occur at any time. As we are sitting here, someone, somewhere, is losing either his eyes, his ear, or his limbs. If you want to understand what I'm talking about, you can go to orthopedic hospital here. You will see people, either their hand is up or their leg is up. You can see other people who are struggling with part of their body. So it has nothing to do whether I'm rich. In fact, the more rich you are, the more vulnerable. You can suffer diabetes, and diabetes can amputate your 2 legs or your 2 hands. The more poor you are, the more susceptible you are to acquiring disability. So if you are poor, you will face disability. So when we talk about inclusive Alibo, we are looking at to what extent do we accommodate everybody, whether you have disability or not. I don't know much about disability until you had a part of it when I lost my 2 hands in Freetown, Sierra Leone. I'm a businessman. I started life as a clearing and forwarding agent in Port Harcourt. I did clearing. From clearing and forwarding, I started exporting. I was exporting to Angola, to Rwanda, to Sao Tome and Principe. I was also exporting to far South Africa, Mozambique. Then later, I also started investing in business around West Coast. West Coast is from Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Burkina Faso, and all the rest, because I enjoy export. Export is like when you do pound 1 from 10. You know, when you export, they pay you in dollar. By the time you get back to Nigeria, if you change it with the current exchange rate, you'll be smiling. In those days, the exchange rate was $1 to 18 naira. So when you know what it means, you do export. When you come back to Nigeria, you are happy. So if you can do once in a quarter, if you can load 1 container load of goods and you export it, you're okay for the quarter. So export was good for me. So I decided to invest in West Coast. Unfortunately, the RPF rebels, they were fighting to overtake the government. They captured me because of my identity as a Nigerian. And in the course of the interrogation, they decided they are going to cut off my 2 hands. I begged them. I said, go to my warehouse, go to my residence, anything you like, just take. But don't cut my hand. But they told me that the instruction was that any Nigerian found in this place must be killed. Better still, the 2 hands must be chopped off. So while I was arguing, negotiating for them to release other Nigerians that were captured within my area, they came and said the instruction was that my 2 hands must be chopped off. So they asked me to push up my hand in a stool. That same stool and the knife has been used to cut other people's hands in my presence. One of them is Benedict Ebuna. He's from Anambra State. And Emma Ebuna. They are all my friends. And Benedict did not survive it. Benedict died on the spot. But Emma also survived like me. But my own was more severe. So when they cut my left hand, I said, how much do you want? Let me buy the right hand. I don't want you to cut my right hand. They said, no. That the instruction is that my 2 hands must be chopped off. So I started begging. While I was begging, the rebels, about 14-year-old boy, cocked the AK-47. I wanted to open fire on me. I said, okay, you can cut the right hand. So I gave him the right hand. I put it in a stool. They cut it and cut it and cut it. So as I was crying and shouting, I was calling on God to help me. One of the rebels came to me and said, why did I call God here? That we don't call God here. So they brought fuel and poured on me and set me on fire. So while the fire was blazing, the commander came and said, who set me on fire? They should remove the fire, they should off it. And the instruction is that I should go and tell the ECOMOG commander, who is a Nigerian, General Maswe Kobe, that they should leave Nigeria, leave Sierra Leone, that Sierra Leone is not for Nigerians. So as I was moving from that place, as I was going, they pour water, they remove the fire, and then I started walking along the waterside junction. It was there that the UN contingents came to rescue me. The Nigerian contingent of ECOMOG cleared the way, captured the area, and I was asked to move me. And from there, they moved me to Kodot Hospital in Freetown, where I was given first aid. The Nigerian contingent of ECOMOG came, and they lifted me and took me to ECOMOG hospital, where I was treated. Then they brought their aircraft called Charlie. And they brought Charlie. I was evacuated with Charlie with a helicopter, flew back to Lunge Airport, from Lunge Airport to Yaba, Lagos. That was on the 3rd of February, 1999. And I was in the whole of 1990, that's February till August, I was being treated at the military hospital in Yaba. I was confirmed stable, August 30th, and I was discharged. Discharged to face the reality. Discharged to see how it means to be a person without hands. So everybody believes that the future is bleak and nothing good will come out of me again. In the moment I got back to Aba, where I was raised, where we live, stigma, discrimination, isolation was activated. So I was like, how am I going to do? How am I going to live life? How am I going to overcome the stigma of disability? My friends, when they see me, because we live in the first floor, when they see me, they will pass the other way so that they will not see, interact with me. Sometimes when guys are drinking in the bar, they will be discussing me, and when I'm coming, people will put their hand in their pocket to look for money they will give to me. So immediately I was classified as a beggar. But something happened. I was writing to different governments, asking for support. I wrote to Abia State government. My request was rejected. I wrote to ENUGU State governor. All the governors in the eastern states of Nigeria, I wrote to all of them, asking for support. Because my case was televised in the television. People were listening to it. It was being read everywhere. And guess what? Nobody cares. Nobody was interested in my story. So, what I did was it got to a stage, it was affecting my mental health. So I had to leave Alibo. I have to leave Alibo and move to Lagos. On getting to Lagos, the governor then of Lagos State, his name is Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He was the governor of Lagos State. The same letter I wrote to my governor, I sent it to him, and he replied me and asked that they should conduct medical examination on me and advise him. So the doctors in Lagos State, they called me, they said, His Excellency, I should come. I came, they examined me, they looked at my condition, they asked me questions, and they wrote back to the governor and told him that I need to be evacuated to Germany for medical treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, I must thank the government and good people of Lagos State for rehabilitating me. If there is anything good in me today, beyond my family, it is Lagos State. I must tell you the truth. Alibo is the most hostile place to live with disability. We go to church, but we don't know church. We pray to God, but we don't know God. Alibo, if you're a person with disability, if you want to marry somebody without disability, it's a task. You can't. The sister of the person you want to marry will say no. In fact, our stigma starts from our sisters and our mothers. If your mother accepts you or your sister accepts you as a person with disability, the whole world will accept you. If your sister rejects you or your mother rejects you, the whole world will reject you. What helped me was that my mom and my sister accepted me, and they keep pushing me keep pushing me to where I am today. The question is, why am I here standing talking? I didn't mean to come. When I came back, I was flown to Germany, Ottoburg, where my fisher hand was fixed. My fisher hand was fixed. It was the people that contributed the money. They did a fundraising for me. And they got the money. I was flown to Ottoburg. The hand was fixed. So when I came back, I discovered what it means to live with disability in Nigeria, or to be a person with disability. I was like, what can we do to help other people with disability, for them to recuperate, get rehabilitation, and start to live a better life? That's how we founded an organization called Amputees Rehabilitation Foundation, because we believe that charity, or through medical, that we can be able to support people with disabilities. And we tried it and tried it. It was the most difficult thing to do, because the bulk of the Constitution says the welfare of security and welfare of the citizen is the purpose of government. The citizens individually may find it difficult. And the rights of people with disabilities were grossly abused. Nobody cares. Even the civil society group do not understand their role and responsibility in protecting people with disabilities. It was while I was interfacing with Amputation Foundation, I was engaging with the mainstream civil society organization using CLO as a point of contact, that the likes of late Chimobane, Professor Chido Denkalo, late Innocent Chukuma, and many other, forceful men and women with capacity, they began to mentor me, to lead me on what it means to do this work, because they begin to see what I was seeing. Because every time they publish a book, I say there is no conversation around disability issues, and they say it's correct. That was how we had to change the name of our organization from Amputee Rehabilitation Foundation to Center for Citizens with Disabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, there are different models of disability, and these models of disability represent the way we treat disability issues in our community. One of the first models we use as a people to address disability issues is what we call religious or traditional model of disability. The religious model or traditional model of disability postulate that people with disability suffer disability by reason of the sins they committed. Therefore, for them to recover, they should confess, or sacrifice should be made to the gods, so that they will be able to come back or accepted or regain their lives. So people who promote religious model of disability, what they do is that when they see people with disabilities, they pray, they do fasting, they do anointing service, they do a healing program. In fact, when they want to do crusade, what we'll be hearing is that the lame will walk, the blind will see, the deaf will hear. But is that what people with disabilities want? No, that's not what they want. That's not what they want. So if you go to church, if the healing, if they say stretch out your hand, every church member will target the person with disability. And when they stretch your hand, if your healing didn't come, they start suspecting you that this one. they begin to suspect you that your sin is too much, and your faith is very weak. That is why you're not. So because of that, people with disabilities, they don't go to church. You don't see them in churches, because they feel that they will be target of prayer requests. And the traditional way, the traditional people, they will ostracize you, they will stigmatize you. Your parents will not have a voice in the community. If they want to discuss with you, they say, hey, Mama nka na ahozo. Hey, Papa nka wanne na ahozo. Onka mpa ya na enwe aka. So they will not call you by your name. They will call you with your type of disability. Am I mentioned here before? Yes. You've heard it before, eh? So that's what that's how they describe you. So that model believes that if they make sacrifice, if you confess your sin, or if they do anointing service or deliverance, disability will not occur again. That one is there. The limitation is that it promotes stigma, it promotes exclusion, it also promotes other harmful practices. Then there is another model of disability which we call medical model. The medical model of disability postulates that every disability has a medical solution. Every disability has a medical solution. So you are not seeing where we bring contact lens, we bring all manner of operation, they will take you to one surgical doctor or the other. In fact, your family will know all the doctors in ENUGU that can operate the eyes. Because they believe that with medical model, you can be able to recuperate and gain your sight or your limb or your whatever type of disability you're undergoing. Yes, medical can support. Medical can help. Science is increasing. But the issue is that when families focuses on all this without paying attention to other related issues, the individual will probably suffer stigma, discrimination, and other harmful practices. The barrier will continue to increase day by day. Another model of disability, which we also provide and other people uses it, is the social model of disability. The social model of disability postulates that it is the society that makes people with disabilities to struggle in life. That if societies are able to remove the barrier that hinder people with disabilities, that people with disabilities will be able to participate and enjoy freedom, liberty, and contribute to the socio-economic development. So the social model postulates that we all must take responsibility for the pain and agony and the barrier people with disabilities faces. So the question is, when you go to church, when you go to school, what barrier do you see that hinder people with disabilities that you need to remove? We'll be discussing this barrier. Then the other model, which we also use, is the right-based approach. The right-based approach postulates that we should treat people with disabilities with dignity and respect. That they have right to education, right to health, right to rehabilitation, right to community life, right to access to public infrastructure, communication, name it, all the rights. That is right-based approach. So if you apply right-based approach and social model of disability, you will discover that people with disabilities will be able to participate in the society on an equal basis. The question is, what are the hurdles that people with disabilities suffer in their communities? One of the first hurdles is that hurdle called attitudinal hurdle. What do I call it? Attitudinal hurdle. That attitude that says, he's disabled. He has disability. Don't go to him. If you go to him, you will get disability. Don't touch him. Don't relate with him. It is that promotes stigma. It is that promotes isolation. It is that attitude. Because attitude, you can't see it. Can you see attitude? Can you see attitude? But people can behave it. Am I correct? People can. So, because it is a behavior, consciously or unconsciously, you won't know when you did it. You just shift. You just say, my friend, let's go. I don't like sitting beside this person that is blind. Oh, he doesn't have hand. I don't like sitting beside him because of the nature of disability. So attitude is a very wicked, barrier that makes people with disabilities to struggle in life, without knowing. The other barrier that people with disabilities suffer is the barrier that has to do with environmental barrier. What do I call it? Environmental barrier. That environmental barrier states that people with disabilities struggle to participate in the society due to lack of access. So, in your school, in your church, in your community, can people with disabilities enjoy the facility? Yes, people will say, oh, we have barrier. Oh, sorry, we have RAM, like the one Center for Memories has. Where is behind? You need to go and review that, I've told them that they should go and review it. That place is a suicide joint. But what I'm trying to say is that when you have RAM, access is beyond RAM. It's beyond what? It's beyond what? So access includes that the toilet. The toilet. Can a person on wheelchair use the toilet? So if a person with disability cannot use their toilet, what that means is that he can access your church. But imagine a woman with disability, if she's pressed on wheelchair, how will she do it? Just look at your church toilet. All of us go to church. Am I correct? We go to church. We go to school. We go to work. Just look at either your office or your school or your office where you work. Look at the toilet. Ask yourself, if this my comrade on wheelchair enter your office, if she says she's pressed, where can she use your restroom? So if the restroom is not accessible, there is no access. So I want you to pay attention to it, because when we say we are the one causing the difficulty people with disabilities are going through, look at yourself and hold yourself to account. That is environmental barrier. There's another barrier called institutional barrier. What do I call it? Institutional barrier is, I heard when Festus was saying, we have laws, but are not implementing it. It's beyond law. So when organizations do not have law, do not have a policy that speaks and say, in this organization, we don't discriminate by reason of disability. If you don't have such statement, if you don't have such value in your organization, if you don't have such statement in societies where you belong, there is institutional barrier. Because institutional barrier postulates that you should have law, you should have policy, you should have guidelines that ensures that no one is discriminated, no one is blocked, no one suffers barrier by reason of disability. Then the other barrier, or hurdle people with disabilities struggle, is communication barrier. What do I call it? Communication barrier. Communication barrier has to do with ability to communicate. You can see this fine lady beside me here. She is communicating to the deaf community. And the deaf community is hearing what I'm saying, because there is a sign language interpreter interpreting to her. The blind community wants to hear, wants to understand, wants to feel, wants to know what is going on within the environment. So to a blind person, he needs audio. He wants to hear what you are saying. He needs description of the environment so that he can be able to hear, to communicate, and be able to fit in within the society. So if we're able to understand how this barrier manifests in different areas of our work, then you will understand why the laws we have are very, very important. The reason is because we have, as he mentioned earlier, the United Nations Declaration of Human and People's Rights, including the UN Convention, the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Provision Act, the Nigerian Constitution, as well as state disability laws. All they are saying is remove barrier. Nobody is saying. All these laws, they are saying remove barrier, remove barrier, remove barrier, and ensure that people with disabilities are able to participate and be able to enjoy the benefits others are enjoying. And when these barriers are removed, what are we going to get? What we are going to get is that you will see more people with disabilities participating, contributing. You will see the burden of taking care of that person with disabilities lifted, reduced in their family. You only see, improved socio-economic status of these people with disabilities. You can see Festus. He's learned, he has gone to school, he works, he earns, so he takes care of other people, not just for himself, but he takes care of other people. Unlike other people that are not privileged to go to school or be lifted, every member of their family are involved in taking care of them. Today, Chichi will take care. Next tomorrow, Chukwudi will take care. The other day, Ifeanyi will handle, because the individual is not able to live independently like every other person. Another thing is that it increases poverty. It increases what? It increases what? Because disability causes poverty. The cost of taking care of one person with disability is so high. Do you know the artificial hand I'm using now? This artificial hand, when I bought it in 2003, it was $5 million naira in 2003. But today, it's 28 million naira. 28 million. So even if you go to a governor and say, hey, Mr. Governor, I want you to help me to buy artificial hand. Immediately you tell him how much. He said 28 million naira. The first thing you remember, I can use it to mobilize people to vote for me. I can use that 28 million naira to do empowerment. You want me to give it to only you? I don't think it's possible. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's how politicians think. That's how they think. So,
welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Supreme Court restores David Mark-led ADC leadership. NNPC completes OB3 gas pipeline crosses River Niger. Israel kills 9 people in southern Lebanon despite ceasefire. And soaring fuel prices in Pakistan threaten economic and political crisis. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Supreme Court has vacated an order that directed the African Democratic Congress to maintain status quo ante bellum in its ongoing leadership dispute. The 5-member panel of the Apex Court held that the Court of Appeal exceeded its jurisdiction when it issued the order after dismissing the case before it. The court ruled that the directive was unnecessary, unwarranted, and improper, and said it could not stand in law. In its judgment, the Supreme Court held that the appeal filed by Senator David Mark succeeded in part, while dismissing aspects relating to earlier procedural rulings at the Federal High Court. Apex Court further directed all factions in the dispute to return to the trial court for continuation of proceedings to determine the substantive issue of leadership. The dispute has already affected party recognition, with the Independent National Electoral Commission previously removing party officials from its official records pending judicial resolution. The electoral body had earlier stated it would not recognize any faction until the courts conclusively determine the matter. The Supreme Court has voided the National Convention of the People's Democratic Party held in Ibadan, Oyo State on November 15 and 16, 2025, which produced a Taminu Turaki-led faction national executive of the party. Delivering the majority judgment, Justice Stephen Ada was supported by Justices Mohammed Garba and Chidebere Heme, held that the Ibadan Convention was in defiance of an existing judgment of a Federal High Court delivered by Justice James Omotosho. The judge lambasted the Turaki-led group for approaching another court of coordinate jurisdiction to secure an order instead of going on appeal, describing it as an abuse of court process. He said that any litigant who engages in an act of abuse of court process should be prepared to bear the consequences of a misadventure, insisting that the matter was not protected under the doctrine of internal party affairs. In a minority judgment, he read, Justice Haruna Samani maintained that the process of who runs a political party is internal affairs of a party and therefore not within the jurisdiction of the lower courts. Position was supported by Justice Abubakar Umaru, who cited an earlier ruling of Supreme Court which states that any matter that does not concern primary elections of political parties is not a pre-election matter and therefore not justiciable. The Turaki group had asked the Supreme Court to set aside a Court of Appeal ruling that voided a convention for breaching a subsistent court order, and at the Apex Court to uphold the convention and dismiss a cross-appeal filed by a rival faction loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. The House of Representatives has begun moves to amend the Electoral Act 2026, introducing electronic service of court processes for political party candidates after elections. The proposed amendment is being spearheaded by Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu alongside other lawmakers through 2 separate bills targeting key provisions of the Act. One of the bills seeks to expand jurisdiction for pre-election cases, allowing aspirants to challenge false information submitted by candidates while clearly assigning such matters to the Federal High Court, with appeals ending at the Court of Appeal. The second bill focuses on technological reforms, making electronic service of legal documents mandatory in election-related cases, a move aimed at preventing parties from evading court processes. Chairman of the House Committee on Electoral Matters, Adebayo Balogun, is among the sponsors backing the initiative, describing it as a step towards improving judicial efficiency and legal clarity.
to amend 29(8) to mandate candidates to provide both physical and electronic contact details, email, phone number, etc., etc., and amend the first schedule to recognize multiple modes of services, including personal delivery, postal, registered post, electronic transmission, email, SMS, and others. Provide other services deemed effective upon proof of transmission.
During deliberations, attempts by lawmaker Abdul Samad Dasuki to pose aspects of amendment were overruled as the bills gained support at the Committee of the Whole.
Then now we are saying we are using electronic to serve you. I mean, in this one, we are ending up putting ourselves in the tight corner. I can assure you, a court will say, I've sent you email. You go to your email, it's in scam, it's been sent for one.
The bank sends you your statement through your phone.
Mr. Chairman, it's not about me.
Your bank statement comes to you through your phone.
Nigerian. No, that is it. Let's not just look at us. We are looking law for 250
Okay, let me give right to reply to the chairman of the committee.
At the Committee of the Whole, both bills received the support of members. Sponsors say the move is targeted at streamlining the adjudication of pre-election disputes, reducing forum shopping and ensuring speedy dispensation of justice in line with constitutional provisions. The House of Representatives has passed for second reading a bill seeking to establish a 50-year national economic plan aimed at ensuring long-term policy stability and development. The proposed legislation, sponsored by Amobi Oga, outlines a comprehensive economic framework spanning from 2026 to 2076. Lawmakers say the bill is designed to address persistent challenges of policy inconsistencies and short-term planning by creating a legally binding structure that will guide successive administrations. During debate, members noted that a long-term plan will promote continuity, coordination and accountability in national development while positioning Nigeria for sustainable growth and improved global competitiveness.
A long-term plan enables the government to articulate clear fiscal and monetary priorities, thereby reducing uncertainty and volatility and stability in economic policy, which is essential for maintaining investors' confidence, managing inflation, and ensuring sustainable growth. By anchoring economic decisions within a long-term framework, Nigeria can better withstand external shocks and maintain steady progress.
Speaker, one of the items that would make this bill strong is to make sure that we have a functional budget system that is not hindered by any sort of operators. And as we can tell now, we're in a bind when it comes to our budget cycles. So for this bill to be strengthened, our budget needs to be running concurrently as it's being passed.
But the challenge we have, as a country is that we plan within, the scope of the time that we are living in. And that's why we keep witnessing, abandonment of policies and programs of government. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this bill will ensure long-term economic stability when it is passed into law.
Attorney General of the Federation has backed a suit seeking the deregistration of several political parties, citing alleged constitutional breaches and non-compliance with electoral requirements. Court documents filed before the Federal High Court in Abuja show that the AGF is supporting the case in line with its constitutional duty to uphold the law and ensure compliance with the provisions of the 1999 Constitution. Among the parties listed in the suit are the African Democratic Congress, Action Alliance, Action People's Party, Accord, and the Zenith Labour Party. The AGF argues that it has a responsibility to support actions that enforce constitutional provisions, particularly those relating to the regulation of political parties under the Electoral Act. Central to the case is Section 2225A of the Constitution, which empowers the Independent National Electoral Commission to deregister political parties that fail to meet prescribed performance thresholds. According to the filing, retaining non-performing parties could overcrowd ballot papers, increase election costs and complicate the electoral process. The AGF also maintained that supporting the suit helps strengthen access to justice and reinforces constitutional supremacy by ensuring that laws are properly interpreted and applied. President Bola Tinubu has nominated Joseph Olasukami Tegbe as Nigeria's new Minister of Power, pending Senate confirmation. The nomination was announced by presidential spokesperson Bayo ENUGU following the resignation of former Minister Adebayo Adelabu, who stepped down to pursue elective office. Tegbe from Oyo State is described as a seasoned fiscal and economic reform expert with more than 35 years of experience across both public and private sectors. Previously served as a senior partner at KPMG Africa, where he led advisory work on fiscal policy reform, governance, and institutional transformation, as well as investment structuring for government and private sector clients. At present, he serves as Director General and Global Liaison for the Nigeria-China Strategic Partnership, where he coordinates bilateral cooperation and development engagements between Nigeria and China. According to the presidency, the appointment is aimed at strengthening leadership in the power sector and advancing ongoing reforms in line with national development priorities. The federal government has raised alarm over the rising threat of misinformation and disinformation, urging Nigerians to strengthen media literacy in a digital age. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, gave a warning at the unveiling of International Media and Information Literacy Institute at the National Open University of Nigeria in Abuja. The institute, inaugurated by President Bola Tinubu, has already gained global recognition after being designated a Category 2 institute by UNESCO, first of its kind worldwide. Speaking at the event, the minister stressed the ability to verify information and think critically is now essential, especially in an era shaped by artificial intelligence and rapid information flow. The one that misinformation poses serious risk to governance, national security and social cohesion, describing a new institute as a key platform for building information and responsible citizens. Government officials say the initiative positions Nigeria at the forefront of global efforts to combat false information and promote responsible communication. Stakeholders, including former Information Minister Lai Mohammed, echoed concerns about the dangers of fake news, while the Institute's leadership outlined plans for research, training, and global collaboration. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has completed the River Niger crossing of the 130-kilometer OB3 gas pipeline, marking a major breakthrough in the country's gas infrastructure development. The milestone was achieved through its subsidiary, the NNPC Gas Infrastructure Company, as part of efforts to strengthen Nigeria's domestic gas network. The OB3 pipeline, with a capacity of 2 billion standard cubic feet per day, is designed to link the eastern and western gas networks while extending supply to the northern corridor through the AKK gas pipeline. According to NNPC, the successful River Niger crossing, considered one of the most technically challenging aspects of the project, is expected to unlock over 500 million standard cubic feet of additional gas supply for the domestic market. Group Chief Executive Officer Bashir Bayo Ojulari described the development as a defining milestone that will enhance gas supply reliability, boost power generation, and support industrial growth across the country. He added that the achievement reflects growing technical capacity and builds on earlier successes, including the AKK River Niger crossing, completed in 2025. Israel kills 9 people in southern Lebanon despite ceasefire. Soaring fuel prices in Pakistan threaten economic and political crisis. Details of these and more on our Foreign Stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias. explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
A senior Pentagon official said the United States war in Iran has cost $25 billion so far, while providing the first official estimate of the military's price tag for the conflict. Jules Hurst, who is performing the duties of the comptroller, told lawmakers on the House Armed Services Committee that most of that money was for munitions. Hurst did not detail what that cost estimate included and whether it took into account the projected costs of rebuilding and repairing base infrastructure in the Middle East damaged in the conflict. The $25 billion cost is equal to the entire budget of NASA for this year. But it is unclear how the Pentagon arrived at the $25 billion amount, given that a source said last month that President Donald Trump's administration estimated that the first 6 days of the war had cost the United States at least $11.3 billion. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told lawmakers that the cost was justified given the U.S. goal of ensuring Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Hegseth sought to defend the Iran war more broadly in fiery remarks, saying it was not a quagmire and attacking Democratic lawmakers as feckless for criticizing the unpopular conflict. Israel's attacks on southern Lebanon have killed at least 9 people, despite the 3-week extension to the United States-mediated ceasefire announced last week. In the municipality of Jekshep, 3 people were killed and 7 wounded in an attack that destroyed a residential building. In the municipality of Tol, 4 people were killed and 6 wounded, while in the municipality of Harov, 2 people were killed and the attack also destroyed a house. Israeli forces have intensified their attacks in southern Lebanon over recent days, with artillery shelling reported in the towns of Zauta al-Sharqiya, Yoho al-Shakwi, and Bait al-Sayed. In the past 24 hours alone, Israeli airstrikes have killed more than 20 people, including 2 families, 2 Lebanese army soldiers, and 3 paramedics. More than 70 others, including children, were injured in the attacks. The Israeli army has also just issued more forced displacement threats for 15 southern Lebanese towns and villages, including Jabshit, Tol, Al-Samanei, Sahel el-Nehi, Kwailai, Wadi Jilo, Al-Kanisa, Kaf Jos, Majdal Zun, and Sadiqin. The most serious fuel price shock to hit Pakistan in more than half a century threatens to unleash a flood of cascading crises that could batter all aspects of the economy and undermine the government of Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Earlier this week, Sharif said Pakistan's oil import bill had surged from $300 million before the conflict to $800 million now, which he said erased all the economic progress the country had made over the past 2 years. Analysts say the knock-on effect will be increasingly severe, impacting everything from agriculture and transport to the price of food and basic goods, worsening the plight of families already facing a cost of living crisis. The country is also highly reliant on remittances from workers overseas, mostly laborers working in Gulf states. The war could devastate this income. All this is impacting an already fragile economy weakened by years of inflation, debt stress, and sluggish growth. Pakistan has opened 6 overland transit routes for goods destined for Iran, formalizing a road corridor through its territory as thousands of containers remain stranded at Karachi port because of the United States blockade of Iranian ports and ships trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The Ministry of Commerce issued the Transit of Goods through Territory of Pakistan Order 2026 on April 25th, bringing it into immediate effect. The order allows goods originating from third countries to be transported through Pakistan and delivered to Iran by road. The announcement coincided with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi's visit to Islamabad for talks with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Army Chief Asim Munir, the latest in a series of diplomatic engagements as Pakistan seeks to mediate an end to the 2-month war between Washington and Tehran. Federal Minister for Commerce Jam Kamal Khan described the initiative as a significant step toward promoting regional trade and enhancing Pakistan's role as a key trade corridor. And that's it on the foreign news.
Actress Tonto Dake's ex-husband Olakunle Churchill dismisses claims of marital crisis involving his partner Rosie Mora. Social media personality Eniola Fagbemi, popularly known as Sisi Alabo, issues a public apology after a private video surfaced online. And Pascal Okechukwu, popularly known as Cubana Chief Priest, declares intention to run for a seat in the House of Representatives under the APC. Quinette Wokonta has details on entertainment news.
Actress Tonto Dike's ex-husband Olakunle Churchill has dismissed claims of a marital crisis involving his partner Rosie Mora, insisting that there was never a legally recognized marriage between them. The clarification follows reports that Moira had filed for a divorce after Churchill's alleged reconciliation with his ex-wife Tonto Dike, who is now an evangelist. Responding to the circulating divorce document on his Instagram page, Churchill described the claims as false and unfounded. He explained that what took place between him and Moira was merely an introduction, not a formal marriage, and therefore could not require a legal divorce process. He further questioned the authenticity of the document and the process behind them, stating that he was never formally served any legal notice. Churchill also expressed doubt about the competence of those allegedly advising Moira, criticizing both media handlers and legal representatives involved in the situation. Social media personality Eniola Fagbemi, popularly known as Sisi Alabo, has issued a public apology after her private video surfaced online. The Oyo-based herbal vendor addressed the situation in a Facebook post where she admitted fault and expressed deep regret over the incident. She acknowledged responsibilities for her actions and apologized to those who may have felt disappointed by the video. Beyond the apology, Sisi Alabo disclosed that the backlash has had a significant emotional impact on her, revealing that she has been struggling to eat and sleep, and that even sleep medication has not been effective. She appealed to the public for understanding and forgiveness, expressing concern about her mental and emotional state. Pascal Okechukwu, popularly known as Cubana Chief Priest, has declared his intention to run for a seat in the House of Representatives under the All Progressive Congress APC. He made this known in a video shared online after visiting the APC Secretariat in Imo State, where he informed party officials of his ambition to represent the Osolu and Oru East federal constituency in the 2027 elections. In the caption accompanying the video, he stated that he had already communicated his intention to party leaders, who in turn assured him of the support. He explained that his visit was also aimed at congratulating and encouraging party leaders, while formally expressing his desire to serve his people at the national level, adding that he remains hopeful and committed to the process. In recent times, Cubana Chief Priest has been vocal in his support for the ruling party and the current administration. He was also appointed as the Imo director of the City Boy Movement, a youth group supporting President Bola Tinubu's re-election bid. That's the entertainment news. Quinette Wokunta, Signature TV News.
And that's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigeria appears to be entering a troubling phase where insecurity is no longer a distant concern but a daily reality, casting its shadow over communities, highways, markets, and increasingly the nation's schools. The recent surge in kidnappings has unsettled citizens and raised serious concerns about the effectiveness of the country's security architecture. Across several states, fear has become a constant companion. Travelers now avoid certain routes, farmers abandon their farmlands, and families adjust their daily routines around the unpredictability of violent attacks. Citizens have continued to voice deep concern over the worsening security situation.
In fact, to me, I'm not safe. I don't think I'm safe here. It's just where there's nothing we can do than the government to plead on the government to, work very hard to make sure that everyone is safe. Because you don't have gun, I don't have gun. So there's nothing I can do than to just look unto God and cry unto, that's the way we have been doing, cry unto the government to please whatever they think they can do under their watch to make sure that these guys, they don't get hold on us, because hey, I'm afraid if they come, while are they, will not be small thing.
We need more security men in this country. And secondly, these security men should be deployed to their own states.
The rate of insecurity in Nigeria is getting high, and everybody seems to be insecure. But what is happening is getting out of hand.
We are not happy as a citizen that our fellow citizens are falling down. Both the army and the innocent children, especially school children, the way they are falling on daily basis, we are not happy.
We've seen our old women being kidnapped, being robbed in this country that we call Giants of Africa. It's so bad. And the current government, they are not doing anything to what is happening.
Businesswoman Ifeoma Aneke says many residents are now too afraid to sleep soundly in their homes.
I don't think anybody feels safe. Aside me, I don't think anybody feels safe for what is happening in Nigeria presently, because the kidnapping, the bandits everywhere, the killing, everybody is so scared. Even to sleep, if you are sleeping now, I don't think people are sleeping with their eyes closed. If you hear any noise anywhere, you just wake up, because everywhere is not safe in Nigeria presently.
Christian Aminu called on relevant authorities to ensure the deployment of security personnel to churches, schools, and other public institutions to guarantee safety for citizens while carrying out their daily activities.
I think the government should try by all means to adopt a system whereby there will be security agencies that will be released to churches, schools, and other infrastructures that at least the people can be safe when they are around their place of duty and workplaces.
Let them mobilize security agents, all the consigns, let them make sure that insecurity is stopped in Nigeria. Some times ago, I had a foreign country planning coming to Nigeria to do something concerning it. And up till now, they are still killing and nothing is done. They should do something concerning it.
These reactions come as state governments adopt emergency preventive measures. In Katsina State, authorities have ordered the closure of all public schools following credible threats linked to kidnapping gangs. Kwara State has also shut down schools due to rising fears of possible attacks, while Plateau State has placed selected institutions on indefinite closure. Findings across the northern region show that over 180 schools have been affected by either temporary or ongoing shutdowns directly linked to insecurity. Residents, however, insist that beyond closures, there is an urgent need for a coordinated and sustained security response to restore public confidence and ensure the protection of lives and property. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Don't get comfortable to the place that you say you will mess me up, you will tarnish. Don't tarnish my image because I'm not praying for your image to be tarnished.
There's some interviews where you ask questions, and there's some interviews where the person has a story to tell, and they're just a channel for those stories.
As strong as I am as an actor in front of a camera, I'm the shyest person.
Efe Mena, the character Nigerians have come to love and hate, from To Kill a Monkey, was embodied by William Benson.
From the beginning of the year up until when To Kill a Monkey came out, gigs were quite difficult to get. And I kept getting insults. People tag me, write criminal.
William Benson has a story to tell.
The part that kills me the most was we went for the show that we were doing for Basunjo Aremu. By the time we fired into Lagos toll gate, my brother called me and said my mom had passed.
Oh dear.
21st of March, 4 days to my birthday,
Oof.
my dad passed.
Oof.
So the month became so heavy.
To almost giving up on acting because he had waited too long.
Because I was really upset. Then you now go into their gathering where they all gather. They say, man, I love your work. They will do work. Oh. And in my like, they do work. You don't go call me, come do the one they do. Then you don't do like 5. None of them are there. Waiting there.
Yes. People would praise him, but they wouldn't give him roles. So starting to sell perfume.
In the first week, I sold 180,000 naira. In 2 months, I'd grossed over 4-point-something million in perfume sales.
So meeting the pastor that he says changed his life.
Sign Fireman. And that was how everything changed for me because
the day before he got the call from Kemi Adetiba, the pastor said to him,
William, kneel down, let me bless you. Before my knee hits the floor, he said, I'm done. I was like, what kind of prayer is this one now?
And that evening, it turned out that Kemi asked for his number.
Instantly, she called me back and she said, William, how are you? I said, I'm fine. She said, William, we need you. And that was it. And we finished talking.
So you didn't do a new audition for To Kill a Monkey?
Truth be told,
yes.
I didn't know there was an audition. I didn't even know
that anything was
happening.
William Benson is in the midst of debt crisis.
Yeah, and I did my own personal show. I had partners who came on board, but things went south.
And some people are angry. Exclusively on this show, he speaks to them.
I just want to also use this opportunity to tell people, it's easy for me to say, oh, I didn't make money from the gig. There is no way I can pay you. We all lost. So let us move on. But I've made it an imprint that no matter what is, everybody must be paid. I'm not saying will, must be paid.
It's just as you saw him in the movie. Vulnerable, authentic, passionate, open-hearted. William Benson with today.
Come for me.
Well, like I said, good to see you.
Same here.
This is not how I planned to start the interview. We were telling me about when we met that I had forgotten, and you following my work.
Yeah.
And what I remember is the first time I saw you was Ajoche.
Oh.
I watched Ajoche twice.
Serious?
Yes. No. Wow. I was such a fan of Ajoche. So one day I met James and everybody at the airport.
Okay.
They were on a trip to Benue, I think. David Mark had invited them.
Yes.
Or something.
Oh, yes. I was.
So I was.
No, it was Abuja.
Abuja, yes. And then I'm like, where is your character's name? That was what I was looking. So you were not there.
Oh my.
So I'm like, where is he? I need to tell him how amazing he is. And so that was the first time I was going to meet you.
Okay.
But I didn't meet you.
Oh my.
So I said to James, and then I was going to, and I think Aka was in it. So I said to Aka, you know what, I'm going to host. Because of that, I said, you know what, I'm going to host everybody on a George to dinner at the end of the series. But life happened.
Oh, yeah.
But I've been a fan of yours for so long. And I remember when I was watching George, I thought that you were truly phenomenal in Ajoche.
Thank you.
Just phenomenal.
Thank you.
And you've been very busy in Nollywood.
Mm-hmm.
I just kept waiting
for that one point.
For that one thing. And each time I'm like, is this almost it? I'm like, okay, is this almost it?
Yeah.
Anyway, fanboying over. Let's come to this.
Yes, please.
This has clearly been Williams Benson's year.
Yes.
So even before To Kill a Monkey, this has been the year of, I mean, some of it spilled from last year. So Suki, The Fire and the Moth.
Even from 2021.
From 20 years.
Cordelia.
Yes. Tunde Kelani, which I saw in the cinemas.
Yeah.
So the week after watching 2KM, I think that was when Cordelia came out. I was on my William Benson beach, so I went to the cinema just to see it. But then I was watching an interview where you said you started shooting many of these movies from 2020 or 2021.
So Ajoche was 2018.
Yes.
Unbroken was 2019.
Yes.
Then 2020 was, what's the name of this film again? It's a series, basically.
Right.
It was done for Rock.
Right.
Fractured.
Fractured, right.
So, but Fractured didn't come out.
Yes.
I don't know. There was probably something that made it then, maybe they released it outside Nigeria, but I don't know.
Right.
Then 2021, so I got back from church, I was in the house, and I was walking around. I was staying at number 10B, Michael Olawale Cole here.
Right.
And something just like, call TK. When was the last time you spoke to him? I just called him and he said, William, are you in the country? I said, yes, I am. He said, oh, mine. Okay, you're going to do something for me. Just do me 1 minute monologue. It's not for me. I know what you can do, but it's for these other people here because we're pairing. I said, no problem, sir. Immediately I did it. He said, William, we'll see you on set. We'll talk about the other things when you come. Yeah. We just want to do this. So we finished Cordelia in 2021. Really? Well, it came out, I think, on Amazon Prime.
Yes.
But it was short-lived because of some things that they didn't do properly. So after then, it went off again until this time. So it's a compilation of almost all the things I did from 2021 down 2022. So everything
just seems to have come out in a couple of months.
Come together, yes.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. The beauty of it for me, like I always tell people, is divinity at work. I was on stage first for a long time.
Yes, of course.
Even my friends would tell me, William, go to film. I just look at it and said, no. I kept fighting it until I met in 2016. I think towards the end of 2016, I went for an audition around where this hotel used to be, Protier. Along Lekki, before Chevron.
Yes, on the left.
On the left.
It's now a new hotel.
Yes, now a new hotel. Yes. So I went there, so we're coming back. There was this lady I met and we're gisting, and I said, oh, follow me to fellowship and church. He said, come to my church. I said, okay. And say where? He said stadium. I said, no problem, you're inviting me. I love God. So anywhere you take me to, we go together.
Right.
So we got there and I was looking at the person preaching. I said, I've seen this person before, but I can't place it. And it just came into my spirit. I just quickly Googled it and I signed Fireman.
Right. Yes.
And that was how everything changed for me because I sat down with him one day and he looked at me and said, what do you do?
Right.
I said, I'm a stage actor and a stage director and playwright. He says, no, film. I said, stage. So we kept going back and forth. I said, no, stage. Because I was very adamant with it. Sometimes the way God sets your purpose. Your purpose is where he protects. Your purpose is where he runs you, where he has kept all your wealth, everything that you need to survive this earth.
Right.
And what the devil does most times is he derails you and put you in a place that you feel so passionate about, but you have less income, you have less activities going on. So he said to me, he said, film. I said, just agree. I said, okay, film.
Right.
He said, your purpose is film. And to do film and to use film also to help the work of God.
Right.
And that was it. And I switched.
Based on that, you switched?
Based on that, I didn't leave totally. Yes. I just switched. Let me see what it's going to be like. Yes. I just switched, and for the first time, the kind of money I made, I was like, then most of my friends said, you see what we've been telling you since? You see what we've been telling you? Your head is too stubborn. Just see them now. Yeah. They make money now. Yeah. I said, okay. Okay. But once I met him, it just shows that no matter how hardworking we are, we need the help of God. And it says, believe in God, you shall be established. Our church came out 260 episodes.
Yes. I heard you guys shot for 11 months.
11 months, not groomed, looking rough and all that. People who watched it, who are in the industry, who are key players, know that this guy is good, but nobody is calling him the way they will call him. And me, on my own part also, probably because of that, I'm very picky what I do. Right. I don't rush everything they throw at me, and it's not because of pride, it's just for me, if I'm going to do anything, it has to be quality driven. It's written well, who is producing and all that. When it comes out, what is the mileage? What mileage will it carry? What mileage will it go? What extent? What distance? And all that. Within that same frame, when Kemi was to do KOB, King of Boys, she sent me a message, then called me and said, I want you to do 1 minute monologue for me. And me, I don't like what's it called, self-taped auditions. I just don't have the heart for it. I don't like it, basically. So when she said, I just did it anyhow and sent to her because if you want me to come, I need to feel the energy of the people I'll be working with, or the place, or the environment, or the people who will be judging me, than for me to just face myself and be talking. I don't enjoy it. So I didn't get a call back from her. Then 2023, I think 12th of August, I was in church. We went for evangelism, and we got back. I wasn't satisfied. I was like, I need to. So I took more flyers and went to some other areas we didn't go to alone. I didn't care whether people knew me on television and all that. God's business is God's business for me. I'm not important. God is more important, and I'm under His shadow. So if I'm under His shadow, humility gives me the elevation of these things. So I went and I distributed the flyers. By the time I was done, then I was tired. Then I was hungry. So when I got back to church, I entered Evans Dining, which is the church's restaurant in Aguda. And as I entered, my pastor was sitting down there. So he just looked up at me and said, William, kneel down, let me bless you. Before my knee hits the floor, he said, I'm done. I was like, what kind of prayer is this one? You say, make I do that, you say, make I go again. What? As simple as he said that, the next day, I went to visit a friend in Bagada. And by the time I was done, I wanted to do something. Something just said, check your phone. So I pulled out my phone. It was Tola Odunsi that was calling. So I was talking to Tola. I said, William, what's wrong with you now? Why are you not picking Kemi's call? I said, who is Kemi? He said, Kemi, I did it. I said, Kemi.
Impossible.
It can't possibly. If there's anyone like that. I said, what? I said, okay, let me check. So I checked 4 missed calls. So I called Kemi back. And she said, William, drop the call, I'll call you back. I was like, hey, this one they will call me back. I hope the job has not gone to another person. Then I dropped the call. Instantly she called me back and she said, William, how are you? I said, I'm fine. I said, okay, this is what we're doing. She kept talking. We talked for almost an hour, 30 minutes, going to 2 hours.
Wow.
And all I did was just listen.
Wow.
And I could feel the passion with which she was talking with regards to the series To Kill a Monkey. And she kept talking, talked and gave me, and I kept listening. Then to crown it all up, she said, William, we need you. I said, okay. She went again, William, we need you. I said, okay. William, we need, I said, I'm in. I said, hey, that's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. So my brother will call you, you guys will talk figures and all that, then we're good to go. Right. And that was it. And we finished talking.
So you didn't do a new audition for To Kill a Monkey?
Truth be told,
yes.
I didn't know there was an audition. I didn't even know
that anything was
happening. So you could see divinity at play.
Yes.
And you would say, oh, how do you know that prayer was what did it? Sometimes you don't know what God forgets. People say God does not forget things, but it's not true. Because the scriptures is very clear. A lot of people read it and miss. It said, and God remembered Anna. Yep. And God remembered this person.
Yeah.
It means that for there to be a remembrance, there was a forgetting. So a lot of times people just quote what they want to quote from their spirit without
the word itself.
The word itself. So that was it for me. Then for you to now know it was the prayer that worked. And we were on set. I was now talking to Kevin. And Kevin said, do you know what really happened? I said, no. He said, we had two people.
Yeah. And she tweeted about
Yes. We had two people that we were banking on, but he didn't work out with them. Then in the evening yesterday, which was at the same time that prayer happened, he said I was having a walk with my husband and my brother, and your name came to my mind.
Whoa.
And I remember that I'd seen you in a short clip of a Moren's film.
Right, Habat
Macaulay Affair. And I also have seen a clip of you in Tola Odusi's film. So I had to call Tola. And when I called Tola, for you to also know divinity was at play, Tola was the one that called me saying that you've missed Kemi's call. Why? Now, what Tola told her was, Kemi, I beg of you, this is the guy you are looking for. This is that one thing he's been waiting for the world to see, that he is a great actor. And that was what Tola told her, and she called me.
Whoa.
So there is no way you will remove divinity from it.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, everyone who was on that set knew it was divinity at work. 2023, 17th of August, the shoot started.
Yeah.
6 weeks after that, we were done in 2023. And 2 years, they were in edit. Kemi didn't do any other gig. She focused on edit, helped her husband in finding Messiah, and after that, no other gig.
Yes.
Then 2 years after, the film came out, and the whole world is agog.
Yeah.
People became analysts, people became critics, people became whatever they want to become with To Kill a Monkey. A lot of people were on To Kill a Monkey using it to boost themselves.
Yes, of course.
Why? Because it carried fruits that resonated with everybody. I will go to my Instagram page. I was 4,700 and something followers on Instagram.
Let me tell you, I know. because the day after, I went to look for your page, and you had not started posting a day after.
Yep.
So I'm just like,
what is wrong?
Yes, I went back yesterday
and
didn't 100. I'm like, what?
I'm not joking. Anything that doesn't promote God, I don't jump. Every picture you saw there before To Kill a Monkey.
Yes.
At almost 95% of them I posted in 2018, 2019.
Yes, I was thinking maybe it's not your original page.
Do you understand? And I left it. If I come there, I may just do not like I'm not posting. Probably I'm resting my head on the pillow. I just post it there. Let it be there.
Yeah.
But when the time is right, everything falls into place. And within 4 days, I'd moved from 4,000 plus to 20-something thousand followers.
Yes.
And it kept climbing. It kept climbing.
Yes.
Then my TikTok, I was 279 plus. And within 3 days, I'd entered 30,000 followers.
Yes.
And you tell yourself, what did you do for that to happen?
Yes.
just one film.
Yes.
Everybody started looking for me.
Yeah.
Everybody said, I'm just seeing him. So you see the way it is. When God is preparing you, he covers you the same way he covers gold or precious stones. You pick out gold, you have to refine it, you have to clean it, and it was the cleaning period for me, all their judges. And because even at the time To Kill a Monkey came, I got a 130 episode Showmax gig.
Right.
The same day. And I looked at it, I was like, this one is Nigeria and some part of Africa.
Yeah.
This one is 8.
Yes.
Original.
Yes.
I said, James, I called him, I said, James, I take God beg you, I'm putting this before you. Be the judge of this case. Let us
James,
see.
the executive producer of the
Yes,
yes,
yes. I said, be the judge of this case.
Yes.
Let me know what you will do if you are the one. And he said, William, I beg, go for that one. And that was it.
Yeah.
I jumped on it.
Yeah.
And look at it. 8 episodes.
Yes.
We're #1 in the UK. We're #1 in several countries. And a lot of people call me and say, yeah, it's not in America. I tell them, check it, it's in America. And once you check it, the next day, oh boy. Then you go to your Instagram page, you see messages.
Yeah, of course.
Got close to 16, 17 messages, and all I was getting. As at all the interviews I've been doing, so it was at 6 at first, then kept moving up. And all you hear is, Prosefe.
Yeah.
This is my story you put out there. This is Efe. I'm Efe, the person you put out there. Everything about your character in the beginning, it seemed like the whole world was against me. But one way or the other, God redeemed me. But it wasn't like your other part where you fell into the wrong hand. But mine was, I got saved to the point that I was stable and stabilized, and my family were happy. And some would tell you I'm still suffering
this thing, yes.
And this film has just shown me that no matter how it is, I should be patient. So you just see how To Kill a Monkey resonated with everybody. And when Kemi was writing it, I want to believe that she didn't expect it to have this traction it's having now and people resonating with it. And you don't know when God is trying to tell a story through you, using everybody, because he wants to help people. If what is going on in my inbox is going on, I wonder what's going on in Buchi's inbox. I wonder what's going on in every other person's inbox. So you just see those, you now have schools of thoughts, feminist school of thought, Obo's school of thought. Or did he do right? Did he betray Obo's? Did he do...
The first time my partner, the business partner, the first time we saw after the movie, it was which side are you?
Yes.
If a side or opposite side? Yes, that's how we.
You understand? Yeah. So everybody is taking side. Then you ask yourself the simple. You got to a point I got tired of defending or answering, because like, if you're asking William, I will tell you honestly, as William, Ifemini was the victim. No matter how you want to put it.
Right.
You don't know how the shoe hurts until you wear it. We're talking about real life. You're going to visit a person, and whilst you're standing at the balcony of the person, talking to the person, they push a tray, a cut of whatever, behind you, and they open the bowl. And you're not seeing cow meat. You're not seeing chicken. You're not seeing pork. You're not seeing anything close to what you're used to. You're seeing human heart, parts, and all that. As what they are preparing for you to eat.
It does something to a man's mind.
It kills you on the spot. If they tell you give XYZ, you will not hesitate to do it.
But I'm going to end by asking a question that, so we've talked about God. I want to talk about man, and then we'll end. The question people have been asking, you said they asked you on your Instagram page. Is William Benson married?
You want to gag me right now. Let the mystery continue.
So you are not going, you neither confirm nor deny.
Not deny.
Right. Okay. Is William Benson a daddy?
No.
Right. Okay.
I've always loved my parents, and the part that kills me the most was 2020 March. We went for the show that we were doing for Basanjo Aremu at that time. By the time we veered into Lagos toll gate, my brother called me and said my mom had passed.
Oh dear.
21st of March, 4 days to my birthday, my dad passed.
Oof.
So the month became so heavy that I didn't celebrate my birthday. And why that came up is because of the question you asked, is William Benson a dad?
Yeah.
My desire was for them to see my kids. My desire was for them to bless them. I like to put this out there too, which is a downtime that I went through last year. Then I did my own personal show.
Okay.
And the personal show it's called The Trials of Obovorawe.
Right.
So I had partners who came on board, but things went south. And from the beginning of the year up until when To Kill a Monkey came out, gigs were quite difficult to get.
Right.
And I kept getting insults. People tag me, write criminal. Like you said, let us come to the human part. I just want to also use this opportunity to tell people, it's easy for me to say, oh, I didn't make money from the gig. There is no way I can pay you. We all lost. So let us move on. But I've made it an imprint that no matter what is, everybody must be paid. I'm not saying will, must be paid. It may take time, but everybody must be paid. Don't get comfortable to the place that you say you will mess me up, you will tarnish. Don't tarnish my image, because I'm not praying for your image to be tarnished. It is work.
That was a powerful moment. Thank you for sharing your story with me today.
Thank you.
And we look forward to more celebrations as
Amen.
God puts you in front, in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests,
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature